Now I will say it in Polish.
Anybody hear me?
Yes.
If you can
Yes.
come to the first row. Thank you very much. Grazie agli interpreti che saluto. Ciao Michele. In a few minutes we will start. I can anticipate to all of you that this would be also an occasion, the fact that we are a few people, to present ourselves so that every and each of us could know each other better. And we have an online audience, of course, so we will have to speak at the microphone, but for the rest, I think it would be important to share knowledge also of the reasons that are leading us here. So, Ophèlie, buongiorno. Come close to you. Program here so that I can also see because I don't have it. Hi. We can stay in the first row if you like, so that we stay close. Virginia, cosa dice? Possiamo iniziare? In 1 minute. Ready with our social media channel and so on? Is everything okay? I can start? Okay. Buongiorno, good afternoon. Welcome everybody here in Gdańsk in the Solidarity Center. My name is Marco Cappato, and with Ophèlie Masson we will chair this part, and also Sofia Viviani will speak in this session. We will have some introductory remarks, but from some of our speakers. Unfortunately, some of them will be only by remote, will not be in presence. But anyway, let me introduce this this occasion, this event, this Citizen Summit, which will lead us until Sunday. So we are working this afternoon, tomorrow, and Sunday morning. So welcome to this Citizen Summit organized by Eumans and European Alternatives, a meeting with an ambition, maybe far greater than our actual strength, and that in a way we knew before convening it, but it is for us a starting point, and a starting point needed to trigger a process of direct involvement of European people on urgent issues, which are overcoming national borders. By direct involvement, I mean an involvement not filtrated through national affiliation. And this is maybe the thing which is making difficult this endeavor. Why we chose Poland and Gdansk? Of course, Poland is crucial for EU support to Ukraine, for example, welcoming of refugees, but also, on the other side, for the erosion of the rule of law and the clash between the Polish government and the EU institutions. So Poland is at the heart of two different crises, and we know how crises have been relevant in the EU history. There could have been the hope that the response to the pandemics and to Russian aggression against Ukraine could have sorted a revamping of requests for a federal Europe on the line of what happened 80 years ago. European federalism came out from an immense tragedy of last century, the Holocaust and World War II. The institutional outcome was only partially satisfactory and not a real federation, as we know, with the European Community and now the European Union. When I was 18, so many years ago, there was the idea of a path toward a federation, maybe too long, but still a path. And as Italians, we were among the most enthusiastic fans of Europe. Nowadays, Italian people turned Eurosceptics, and the reform of EU institutions is an issue far from the heart of people around Europe. Even for the pandemics or the war, citizen voices were heard essentially through the national debate. European decisions remain a diplomatic affair among national governments. The idea which lead European Alternatives and Eumans to convene this citizen summit is that we have to build a pan-European space of debate and political action without waiting for federalist reform of EU institutions. Those reforms could come, will come, we hope, as a consequence only if the European people take consciousness of its strength, starting from single specific issues that are on the agenda of our discussion for these 3 days. You can consider it another way to federalism. If citizens are detached from institutions, the priority is to link them back through objectives that can concretely change their lives. As we say in Associazione Luca Coscioni in Italy, from the body to the body politics, from the ecosystem to the body politics, climate change, civil and social rights, migration, the scientific and technological revolution. All those issues cannot be effectively tackled within national borders. So there is only one tool for direct participation to EU affairs, the so-called European Citizen Initiative. It is a very weak and fragile tool, so that it could seem even useless sometimes, but it is what we have, along with the direct non-violent initiatives, of course, and we convened this meeting around the proposal of drafting a package of European Citizens Initiative as an embryo of a pan-European government plan to be put on the table of the next European Parliament and Commission that will be elected and nominated little more than 1 year time from now. So this event is aimed to discuss those proposals and start a pan-European campaign on those issues. Of course, we know that in order to campaign on such an ambitious goal, it's very important to create a network, a connection of people active also on very different issues. And this is a very difficult task. We know that it was very difficult to have a presence in person in Gdańsk, as you can see, and we hope that, of course, tomorrow other people will join us. But we think that we need to be stubborn and go on this line. So I now give the floor to Ophèlie Masson, who is co-chairing with me this session. Ophèlie Masson from European Alternatives, and she will help also to enlighten other parts of the program and to introduce the part of this afternoon. Thank you very much. Ophèlie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marco. You can hear me? Yeah. Okay. As you can see, no, you can't see it anymore, but my title was very long on the previous slide. So I'm Program Coordinator of European Alternatives. I'm also co-coordinator of a coalition called Citizens Take Over Europe. And I'm also an LGBT activist. So just to give you a bit of a taste of who I am. So I just want to go back a bit because I want to have a reflection moment together. 1 year ago, we were already in Poland, we were in Warsaw, and it was the first Eumans annual Congress that was taking place back then. And of course, that wasn't planned, but a few days before the actual date of the summit, the war started. Russia declared war on Ukraine. And at the time, there were a lot of questions. That was like maybe 10 days before the actual date of the summit. And there was a lot of questions of, do we want to maintain having such a summit in a context where obviously the priorities have shifted? The summit still took place. And I'm glad it did, but it really showed also the discrepancies of how people perceive sometimes what is a priority and an emergency response to what was happening at the time versus keeping up with the long-haul fight for protecting our long-term rights and democracy. And I just want to remind also ourselves that, so at the time we were supposed to have a specific part of our program 1 year ago focusing on feminist issues, and we had invited feminist activists, queer activists, women's rights activists, and those people 1 year ago, last minute, of course, couldn't make it because of the situation, because those people were the first ones who were volunteering and who were at the forefront of fighting to help the migrants and the refugees arriving into Poland. While at the same time, you are very much aware, I'm sure, of the fact that those movements, feminist movements, women's rights movements, are the ones that are being bullied by the Polish government and unfunded, defunded by the Polish government, whereas they were the first ones to step up to a social crisis. At the time also, I went with a translator to the central station of Warsaw to assess a bit what was the situation like. And it was very obvious that the groups that were actually volunteering and helping the refugees arriving, train after train, night after night at the central station, were groups of volunteers that were appointed by the local authorities, whereas the local authorities themselves didn't take any responsibility for actually supporting the refugee crisis, and they were just totally relying on volunteers and volunteering work. 1 year later, what we can say, based on the relationships that we have with those volunteers and those groups of activists, is that those people are very tired. They're exhausted. and it cannot go on like that forever. And whether we are talking about local authorities, national authorities, EU authorities, they need to realize that now, because the consequences are going to be a way too high price to pay. We're here also at the Citizens Summit, of course, to challenge those threats on democracy. And I want to give, to speak up about an example, a clear example, just to understand maybe a bit better of what it means, because I know we're talking about big theoretical principles usually in those kinds of spaces, and I want to be quite concrete, because that's who I am. I'm French, nobody's perfect, and there are some revolutionary scenes happening right now in the streets of Paris. I don't know if you've seen them in the news, but it's quite shocking. Also quite pleasant, I have to say, to see the streets of Paris on fire, literally on fire, as we speak. So there's these big debates in France right now about the reform of the retirement system, the pension system. They want to make the age higher, basically, and so that people would retire at 64 years old, which I know in some countries is already the case, but it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. The French government has a tool that they have been using more and more lately, and that they are threatening on using again to push that reform of the pensions. And this is an article called 49.3 of the French Constitution, which allows for the government to push for any reform that they want to push, regardless of the rest of the Constitution and the respect of the democracy institutions that we have in place. This article was used several times during the COVID crisis, and it was justified by then that using this article was necessary to push for reforms to be implemented quickly so that the country would still, of course, be functioning. Fine. I mean, fine. Now, 3 years later, they're using it for something completely different, which is this pension reform, and totally undermining the democratic institutions in place. There is also one big problem with that specific pension reform. This pension will affect way more women than the rest of the population. Women will be the ones most affected by this pro-capitalist reform. And that's another, I think, high point of this Citizen Summit that we should bear in mind throughout all of our discussions, and shouldn't be just like something that we mention now and then when we feel like it, but just be the red thread throughout all of it. Having a Citizen Summit now in Gdansk should also be considered a social rights statement, a social justice statement. And I will give you my one last example of shocking news right now. I know we have a lot of Italian friends with us in this summit, so I want to turn a bit towards Italy and the consequences that we feel now already of the Prime Minister Meloni's government. The government has been asking city councils through Italy, but more specifically in Milan, to reform the way that children from LGBT plus couples are recognized. So far, the process was done by the prefecture, but now, thanks to the new measures that have been put in place, the prefectures will not have the authority anymore to recognize the affiliation and the identities of children from queer couples. This will have to go through a court of justice decision, which makes the process way longer, way more expensive, and way more risky from a legal perspective for the protection of the parents and of the children themselves. And that's a very, very specific example that I want to highlight, because this shows that the consequences of the elections that last took place in Italy are I mean, have already started to show, of course, but we're getting just more and more examples in daily life. But it's just, I want to pinpoint, it's not like it is happening one example at a time, one article at a time. But this is how it happens, and this is how in a few months, in a few years, we wake up and we're just like, what the fuck? What the fuck happened? What the fuck just happened? Well, it didn't just happen. It happens through time, through small local reforms. And that's why also when we talk about the threat on democracy, we're not talking just about EU politics, we're not just talking about national measures, we're also talking about the reforms that happen at local level and that are the ones that are impacting also our daily lives. On those words, I think we can move on to the rest of our program. And I will let Marco introduce our first speaker.
Thank you very much, Ophèlie. And I thank you very much also the director of this center, who is here and who is welcoming here. Of course, this center is expressing in a symbolic and very concrete way a part of European history. So I don't know, being among friends, if you would like to tell us something as a welcoming remark. Thank you very much. Yes, of course. We have also, if you prefer Polish, we have translation in Italian, in English and Polish too. So thank you very much.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Jacek Kot and I'm Director's Representative for Research, but I'm very happy to welcome you all at the European Solidarity Center, which is a very strange institution. On the one hand, we have in the core or in the heart of this building, which has a form of a ship, we have a permanent exhibition dealing with the history of oppositional movements in Central and Eastern Europe in the 70s and 80s, especially with a focus on Solidarity movement, which was born in 1980, perhaps the last phase of advanced modernity and the last industrial revolution which took place in Europe and in the world at that time, and which led to the collapse of very much authoritarian communism. So we tell the story of the past. So that's the one of the reasons was to establish this institution. But on the other hand, they are very much focused on the social change and the changes or transformation of political culture nowadays. So it's not an accident that you're here today. We opened the space for many public, private institutions which want to talk about the future, possible, better, more democratic, more liberal, more ecological, but perhaps also, foremost, more solidaristic future, and to share the ideas with the others. So please enjoy your stay in Gdańsk, enjoy your stay at the European Solidarity Center, and do a lot to share with us pictures of a better world we all would love to have as a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your welcome, and I hope that the connection is ready for welcoming the intervention from Monika Frackowiak from Iustitia, the Association of Police Judges, and representative in MEDEL. I see her. So, Monika, thank you very much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'm very sorry that I can't be with you in person, but there were some family problems, so it was impossible. And I envy you being there in Gdańsk because I love the place where you are. Actually, as a Iustitia member, I had an honor to be in this building in September 2021 when we had a special ceremony of our association, Iustitia. I'm taking the floor being a representative of both Iustitia, which is the Polish Judges Association, but mostly as the MEDEL representative. MEDEL, which is the association, the umbrella association of judges and prosecutors in Europe. It's Magistère européen pour la démocratie liberté. Sorry for my French. Of course, we are in Poland, and the Polish example is very critical one regarding the rule of law issues. But being MEDEL's representative, I would like also to give light to problems we faced in whole Europe. And this is somehow in the line what you already said, that although we don't have yet the federalized European Union, but we need to create some more and more standards for judiciary. I'm talking about judiciary and prosecutors because this is my area where I can be an expert. We can see in so many countries, not only the new democracies like Poland, of course, and Hungary, but also old democracies like France, Italy, Spain, so many problems regarding judiciary and prosecutor's office. And everywhere there is this, it's very tempting for politicians to grab judiciary and grab prosecutor's office. For example, we can see the problem in Spain, where there is no agreement on the political scene how to reform the Judicial Council, which is responsible for appointing judges. Sooner or later, people who were already sentenced, for example, by Spanish judges, might argue that the judge who actually sentenced them wasn't properly appointed. So this is not purely Polish problem we face, but also, for example, Spanish example we can see. As MEDEL, we decided to take part in few actions regarding, standardizations of the European standards regarding judiciary. So we decided to challenge the decision of the Council of European Union regarding the recovery plan on Poland and establishing so-called milestones. So we think that what is happening in Poland and all these talks between Poland and the European Union regarding the reforms of judiciary, this is not purely Polish problem, but the whole European problem, because somehow what is happening here reflects on the whole judicial system in Europe. So that's why we decided to use the tool we have in European law, and we challenged the decision to the court in Luxembourg. We will see what's going to be the result of this, but I think it might be interesting, and it we hope influence the view, the perspective of politicians in whole Europe regarding judiciary, regarding rule of law. We also decided to join the notification to the International Criminal Court regarding crimes committed by the Turkish government against their people. it's something, although the Turkey is not a member, of course, of the European Union, but we all are in Europe, so this is so crucial to have the broader scope of rule of law issues and human rights everywhere. Now, I would like to focus a little bit more on the tools that we have in European law already, and this is so important to use it, to use the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg to challenge some decisions. And it's so interesting what is happening in France, for example, because this is the obvious example of no transparency regarding the legislation rights. So and absolutely no. It shows how people can be powerless facing such law, and maybe there is good idea to challenge it somehow. I don't know how, because it needs a debate, of course, but in front of the international courts, maybe. I don't know, in at least European Court of Human Rights. I think that there are some good signs regarding the standardization of human rights and European standards. So, for example, the rule of law report is the good one example of it, which is prepared each year by European Commission. Although we think that there is something missing. For example, migrant policy is absent there, and this is so important in the human rights protection perspective. And this is a huge problem, of course, in Europe, of course, and you can see it in Italy, and especially now under Meloni's government, but also here in Poland. Although there is good policy towards Ukrainians, which is very good, and I think it's properly done. But there is still ongoing tragedy on the border with Belarus, and people are literally dying there. And I think there is something which should be also in the annual rule of law report included, the migrant policy. Talking about Poland, because after all I am a Polish judge, so I can face the whole crisis we have in Poland for now it's almost 8 years, which is a really long time. I can give you just very fresh, very new examples from this week, which show what crisis we face. And these examples are linked to women's rights, and I know what Marta Lempart is going to take it for also in this panel. On Monday, a judge from my court acquitted 35 activists who protested against the radicalization of the anti-abortion law in Poland. That was 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago. And they entered the cathedral in Poznań, where my hometown, and they were prosecuted for this action. So on Monday this week, a judge in my court acquitted all these activists, and immediately there was the hate campaign in public media against her. And what's the worst here? The president of the Judicial Council, which is totally politicized now at the moment in Poland, sent an official letter to the president of the regional court in Poznań, suggesting that this judge should take some special course on the constitutional court regarding the rights to religious practices. So this is the obvious violation of all standards, possible standards in Poland. And at the same time, almost the same day, maybe day after, another judge in Warsaw, she sentenced other activists who provided some anti-abortion pills, to a woman who was in need. So she was sentenced for this, and on the same day, that judge was promoted from the district court to the Court of Appeal by Minister of Justice. So you can see in what situation we actually are here in Poland. And of course, Polish example is probably the most radical one. I know that there are terrible problems also in Hungary. But as you said before, in Poland it's very obvious, but in other countries it is happening small step by small step. And it's so important to still to be cautious and to organize discussions about it and to make pressure on politicians, on all possible authorities, and to use all possible ways, tools, legal tools to prevent the deterioration of rule of law and human rights and in all this field. So this is for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this very important, even if very worrying news and information that you brought to the audience. Ophèlie.
Yes, so I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker called Marta Lempart. So Marta Lempart is the founder of the All Poland Women's Strike movement. She is a women's rights activist, feminist activist, and she is also very vocal about secularism and the separation of church and state. So I'm very happy to give the floor to you, Marta.
Hello. Thank you so much, and I am so sorry I cannot be with you. It's kind of this very political reason. 2 years ago, on the 8th of March, International Women's Day, I was a victim of police violence, police intervention, and I had like really serious injury to my spine. And of course I had physiotherapy and I could walk. I couldn't walk for a month and a half, and then I could walk again, and now it just came back just 2 years after this event. So this is kind of the significant thing, that it stays with us and it doesn't go away, and it can come back at any time, the things that we experience. So that's why I cannot travel, I cannot with you, so I'm so sorry. And I was wondering what I want to start with, and I think that I have to acknowledge how hard it is, and that I know that it is hard to work internationally, to hold international relations, to work on European level, to create European platform, because the transnational work, the European work, for us working locally, when something happens, is the first one to go. It's the first thing that we put aside. And we have to admit that it's happening, that this is the choices that we make, unfortunately. And these are the wrong choices in long term. that when something happens, we just focus on what's local, what's national, and this, local struggle. And I think acknowledging that is a good start for the change for all local and national organizations, because working transnationally is something that takes a lot of time. Sometimes it seems that it's not that important at the moment, that it's hard to put it as a priority. But I would really like to work towards changing that, towards the engagement of local activists, national organizations, within transnational platforms. Because I know that in the long run, we all depend on each other. And I have actually examples to prove that, how important it is. When we were protesting against changes in judiciary laws, when we were protesting for judicial independence and for law in Poland, at some point, and it took a long time because there were bills in the parliament, and then there were vetoes, and then it was against again the parliament, and again, and then despite it was a couple of years, and at some point.
Marta, sorry, we're not hearing you so well here. We don't know if it's the sound system of the room or if it's the Zoom thing. Maybe if you stand just a little bit closer to your comp, maybe
I will try to be closer to because I had these problems.
Thank you.
So this example is, at some point when we just thought that we cannot do more, that on this national level everything is done. We don't have anything to go towards. We don't have anything to fight for anymore. It's done on the national level. Then we organized a protest that was called Europe Don't Give Up on Us. And it was the pressure of the European community. And it was the whole story of this Polish struggle and Polish judges' resistance that put pressure on European institutions, European community, that saw the engagement and the resistance of Polish judges and Polish society that supported Polish judges. So that's one example. And the second example, I think, is very...
Marta, it's really, really difficult to hear you. I
can change the computer, but it will take me some time, so we can skip to maybe this other person and I can come back if I change the equipment.
Yeah, maybe we do that if you don't mind. Okay, very sorry, but we want to, be really able to understand, of course, what you're saying. No worries. So we let you switch equipment, and we come back to you in a sec. Do you want to?
Go on.
Yeah. Okay, so then I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, who for sure we will hear well. So Sofia, Ingrid, Viviani, who is representing JEF Italy, the national board, with us today. Sofia.
Thank you, Ophèlie. So I think you can all hear me well. Definitely better than Marta for sure. Okay, so I'm really happy to be here. I really hope that you're all feeling ready, energetic for these 3 days of debate. I can't wait to meet you all, to share our points of views and our opinions of this debate. Now I'm going to steal the floor for 6 minutes, but after that I'd love to speak to all of you and exchange views on what is being said today. So I guess it's really hard for me to speak after these two speakers, I guess. First thing first, I'm Sofia. I represent JEF Italy. I'm not sure you all know what that is. We are the Young European Federalists. I'm also part of a European Federalist movement. We are currently working in all member states, and even in states that are not member states yet. So North Macedonia, Kosovo, Belarus. We have some sections even in Russia, Ukraine. We are pretty much everywhere. So I'm also working with Eumans right now, and when we were organizing this summit, I think the thing that hyped me the most was to create this arena, this political debate, which is truly transnational, which is European. Truly European in the sense that we are discussing European issues, European problems, and we are trying to find European solutions to European problems. So even though still now in 2023, sometimes we are forced to think through national lenses, Yet here we are, trying to go beyond that, try to find like a European solutions to European problems, which is the most logical thing, but institutional-wise is not always the most logical thing. So this is exactly what we're working on with my fellow federalist activists, is to give voice to the European citizens' will, as European first. That's what we are trying to do. I remember when we were working on the conference on the future of Europe, which I'm sure you all heard about, we did this meeting with this lady. She was an official of the European Commission, and she told us, you know, we are struggling with the proposals that came out of the conference, because most of the proposals, they require treaty change. And citizens, they don't know that we cannot talk about treaty change in the Conference on the Future of Europe because of the first declaration that was made when the whole thing was organized. And I remember discussing with my fellow federalists there and also with this lady of the Commission, and I remember thinking, how absurd is that? The citizens are asking something, and you require them to know every European treaty. This is absurd. If the European citizens want something, the European institution needs to give solutions to the citizens, needs to hear the citizens. And if this requires treaty change, so be it. So let's change the treaties. The most important thing is to match what the European citizens want and to try to give them voice as European first and as their nationality second, in this case, of course. So I think what we're working on as Federalists is delivering a really simple message. I know we have a lot of theories there, but the main message is really simple. And it is that competencies should be at the level of decision making, where the solutions are more suitable to provide effective impact on the problems. So if a problem is European, we act as a European Union. If we're talking about, I don't know, garbage collection or whatever, we talk at the city level, at the city council level, but if we're talking about European problems, European institutions should take the lead on that. I think we can all agree on that. I think it's really interesting to reflect on citizens' participation in the European institutions also by taking a look at the referendums we had in our history of European integration. So we had two main referendums on European matters. One was in 2005 with the European constitutional referendums, right before the Lisbon Treaty, and the second one was on Brexit. So what these two referendums have in common? They are referendums on European matters, but the whole debate and the way they were set is through national lenses. So the whole debate on Brexit was, again, nationalistic. The whole debate on the European Constitution was, again, with national lenses. So what we are really asking here is, let's be bold, let's not be shy on that. Let's have a European referendum for a European Constitution. Let's have a European referendum for every European matters. When we think about the European Parliament, we are represented as our political ideology, as how we see the society, how we see Europe. We are not represented by our nationality. MEPs, they sit in the European Parliament with their political groups. They don't sit with their nationalities. It's the same thing with citizens. And I think like tomorrow or the day after, we will hear about some ECIs that are being pushed for on migration, and I think also, yeah, we have two on migration. It's the same thing with ECIs. So how is it acceptable that we need to cut off some parts of the ECI, or we need to be shy with the ECIs because they cannot mention treaty change? If that requires treaty change, we're going to ask for treaty change, and they need to listen to us. I think that's super important. When I was listening to the two speakers we just had today, I think just popped in my mind. Mario Albertini, which was the president of the European Federalist Movement in the 80s and the 90s, he once said, the gap between values and facts, he said facts in the sense of events, political events, the gap between values and facts is a personal matter. Is a question of who you are as a person first. So I think we can all agree that it is unacceptable what happened in the Mediterranean, what we're seeing, what the Italian government is doing, what they just told us about Poland, the situation in Poland, how it's been 8 years since the first rule of law breaches, and still the European Union cannot do much. It's not that they don't want to, but cannot do much. How is it still acceptable that we are voting in the Council with veto power? How it is still acceptable that we have a European Parliament, the first and only parliament in human history that has so little say on budget. All these things highlight the gap we have between citizens' will. They already feel European. We are here because we're European. They already feel European, and what the European institutions are doing right now, what they can do right now. So, just one last quote, and then I'll stop. In the Manifesto Ventotene of these three huge thinkers, Spinelli, Ernesto Rossi, Eugenio Colorni, they said, and that was really interesting because it's super, you know, I think we can all relate to, even if it's been 70 years now. They all said the new word, the new line between conservatism and progressive action is that we have on one hand the people that are still working to gain national power, and they all think through national lenses, and they're fighting each other to get this national power. They don't realize how small they are in their political vision. And on the other hand, we see the real line of politics right now. Who wants more Europe? And could be Europe, could be even beyond Europe. International unity through a structured institution, and the ones who don't see this thing coming. So all the issues we're going to discuss in these 3 days, if you think about it, and we can talk about this even in the coffee break, whenever you want, all the issues we're going to discuss, to be 100% implemented, they need a federal Europe. Europe without a federal Europe is nothing, is not sufficient anymore. Whatever we want to pursue, we need a federal Europe to go there, because we need a different level of competences. And also, of course, this is the political version of what I'm saying, but also on the identity level. I think what Marta said is true. I mean, it was really hard to organize transnational events. It's really hard to have a transnational debate, but we're doing it. And my generation, the generation even like after me, they already feel really European. So the thing is, right now, is just to give voice to this new wave of European generation, but really to respect them through institutions. And again, if this requires treaty change, don't be shy about requiring treaty change. Let's scream out loud that we need treaty change, because that's the only solution we have to get peace, of course, but to get stability and to be respected by institutions. There are so many things I wanted to say, but it's fine. We can discuss about this later. I'm going to shut up. Thank you.
Thank you, Sofia. Okay, so maybe we get back to Marta. Do we know if Marta Lempart is online with us? Yes, Marta is with us. So Marta, if you can now resume your speech and take it from where you left, or maybe just a bit before, because we didn't get so much the last part. So yes.
Okay, I will do a quick sum up. So again, sorry for not being there. I cannot travel because I had this spine injury like 2 years ago from the police intervention, and it just came back. So yeah, it doesn't go away that easily, it turned out. I was talking about how important step, I think for me personally, but for many local activists and national activists and leaders, is acknowledging that we have this trait of putting transnational, international, European things aside when things happen. That this is the common practice that we have, and we're struggling with this. And I have to admit that I'm struggling, and I think it's the case of many of us, that when something happens, we put this long-term cooperations, the transnational cooperation, European cooperation, kind of aside because we focus on what's local and national. And I think that's not the good choice that we make. I think we should work on that, and I hope I can work on that, and I hope many of us can start with acknowledging that, and then we can work on that. So being also this transnational voice on issues that we are so vocal locally and nationally. So that's one thing. The second thing is that I have an example of how it works in practice with being in European community. We were fighting for a long time for judicial independence against the bills that were being proceeded in Polish Parliament. And it was a long struggle because the bills would come back and appear in the Parliament, and then there would be changes. So it was a couple of years of protesting, actually. And at some point, it felt like we have nothing else to fight for. We have no way to protest because everything is done. What's happened has happened. And then the action and the general call was, Europe, don't give up on us. So that was the point when people turned towards European community and European institution. And it was this struggle, this fight that people saw within the European community and European institutions saw. And there is this incredible resistance of Polish judges. And then the European Court of Justice actually decided to step up and do something about what's happening in Poland. But that's one side of the story. The second side of the story that shows that we're not talking about European citizens' decisions, we are talking about European institutions' political decisions, is the situation that we have with Polish judiciary independence and the rule of law in Poland now. We have the clear situation when European institutions decided to give up on the rule of law in Poland, that they decided to give up on the judiciary independence in Poland, and to give up on activists that are being on trials, that are being persecuted, charged, and so on and so on. Polish government was given green light to remove the judges, to illegally appoint new judges, and to do whatever they want to us, basically. This week is a week of a ruling by a neo-judge, the judge that was established by the illegally working Judiciary Council, that served the sentence to Justyna Wydrzyńska, who helped with abortion. This is the first ruling in Europe, actually, against abortion activists of this kind. And it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be the political decision. And we're the victims of that. That somewhere in this closed space, in some room, in some cabinet, somewhere, someone decides on what happens to us in practice. That's not European community. That's not citizens' voice. That's not even acting and implementing the treaties and the rules and procedures. No, that's not. That's political decisions made absolutely above our heads. We have no say in that. We have absolutely no say. And we had no say in this European Commission. This is just an example. In these decisions to give up on the rule of law in Poland. And these are things like that. It has to change. That's why I'm so for doing this, because this case and the case of the war that we have, because we have war just next to us and we're doing the war response, shows how little is dependent on us, how it's just pretending that the citizens' voice is there, that we are being listened to, especially now when we're the eastern part, when we're the emotional ones, when we are the complaining ones, when we are the problem all the time. I feel I'm a half citizen, I'm a half voice compared to the rest of the European community. That's the feeling that I get from European institutions and European politicians. And it has to change. And for that to change, we have to change the rules. And of course, my idea would be to say in the open, don't lie that you treat us equally. Don't lie that you actually fulfill our wishes, that you represent us, because it's not true. It's not happening. And we have to change that. And we have actually a chance to change that within the next elections. And we can look at also at our fight, abortion fight, the protests in Poland and the thing that we're doing here, because as Polish Women's Strike, we started with the struggle against the ban on abortion, and we fight for legal abortion now. And we're this country in Europe when abortion is practically banned. Of course, we have one of the most professional systems providing abortions out of the system in the world, working perfectly. But it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be the citizens of Poland organizing, and it shouldn't even be the citizens of other countries organizing to help us here. It shouldn't be like that. It should be a common cause, common issue, and no government should be allowed to do things our government is doing to us. That's why I'm very happy to be in this event, to be in this initiative, and to just try to focus for at least this couple of days on what can we do and how can we just stop pretending that we believe that we are being listened to and then we are being treated seriously, because that's not the case. Especially with Poland and Polish citizens, Polish activists, Polish judges, all the groups that are struggling here against the government, we're not being listened to at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. Marta Lempart will also be with us tomorrow afternoon when we will be having our Transnational Assembly on Feminist Solidarity from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. tomorrow here in the same place. I want to now give the floor to the spokesperson of a very prominent Polish feminist activist who's been in the news recently in the last 2 days. She's called Justyna Wydrzyńska. Apologies for the pronunciation. Justyna has been sentenced in court just a few days ago for facilitating abortion. She has been sentenced to 8 months of community service, which is a very strong setback on access to abortion rights in Poland. So when in court, Justyna Wydrzyńska gave a speech in court, and so she was of course on board with the idea of the Citizen Summit, and she thought that it would for sure be relevant for her speech to be heard as widely as possible. So she shared her speech with us, and Saga Smith from Science for Democracy is going to be reading with us some parts of that speech right now.
Does this work? Yes, great. I'm truly honored to be able to read out this speech for you, and it's not the full speech, so I recommend everyone also, when you have the chance, to go read the full speech. But yes, without further ado, I will read to you the main points. Your Honor, I stand here today because I gave someone my abortion pills. I sent them to another woman. It's an undeniable fact. I'm facing 3 years in prison. I didn't do it out of my own initiative because I do not distribute abortion pills. I knew that at the time Anya was desperate, and I had a set of pills for my own use. The pills which I had are now the safest way to terminate a pregnancy in Poland. I know that from the reports of the World Health Organization, which recommends unrestricted access to these pills, mifepristone and misoprostol. Us women who experience domestic violence know what must be sacrificed to protect the safety of our children above all. We are ashamed of our lack of courage to fight for freedom, of allowing someone to control us. Often we stay, by choice and out of necessity. These obvious facts are tightly linked with the need to control one's own reproductive autonomy. Living in abuse, we often don't realize that we have lost control of our bodies and the remainder of our lives. Because someone in our home decides for us, often against our will. I got pregnant by a man who hurt me, an abuser, and I terminated this pregnancy because I did not want it. My abortion made me realize I can control my own life, and I can regain that control. I felt that I can make my own decisions, and the fear I felt was not just for my body, but also for freedom, which is a superior human right. My own abortion was a breakthrough for me. I wouldn't want to live in a world in which any woman is deprived of access to reliable information and simple human support. This has been motivating me in my activism, in my social work. For me, this trial is symbolically a trial for anyone who ever provided support to a person in need. I feel I do not stand here alone. My friends have my back, but so do hundreds of women who I haven't yet had the chance to meet. Here, in this courtroom, we touch upon basic human rights, such as the right to self-determination. I have the support of numerous human rights organizations. Their opinion is clear. I am a human rights defender. And they are not alone in saying this. Catholics for Choice, Belgian Parliament, more than 80 members of the European Parliament, high-ranking rapporteurs on women's rights have all approached the Polish Parliament stating that I should not be prosecuted. I should never be oppressed for my work protecting women's life and health. I should never be oppressed. Oh, similarly, the International Foundation of Gynecology and Obstetrics demand my exoneration and stresses that my work is not only safe, but also endorsed by the World Health Organization. Your Honor knows this because numerous organizations filed amicus curiae letters in my case. These are not just experts' opinions, but also the voices of hundreds of thousands of people who signed a petition to the prosecutor's office. They are all the same. This trial should never have happened. I am thankful for this support. Yet I am here, Your Honor, sitting in the dock. I feel I am innocent. What I heard here in this room, the details of Anya's situation, only convinced me that my actions were right. It made me realize that I should trust my intuition and take the risk of helping those who need it. I would never wish for any woman to be alone in this tough situation, without support, with her family acting against her. I believe that helping another person who asks for support as they fight for their freedom is our duty. It is what makes us human, and I will not abandon it. I will not be ashamed of it or believe that it is a crime. Your Honor, we live in a country which doesn't respect women. The Polish anti-abortion law from 1993 was one of the most restrictive in Europe because it forced people in unwanted pregnancies to have their abortions in secret. For them, activist organizations were the only respite from dangerous methods or peddlers. Initiatives like Abortion Without Borders are doing work which should have been the state's job for years as part of the healthcare system. I've been working in this field for 16 years and witnessed how the state's decisions are ruling worsen women's situation. The anti-abortion law is not only cruel, it's fictitious. The law doesn't stop people from unwanted pregnancies from terminating them. This is not my opinion. That's what all abortion research shows around the world. A woman who doesn't want to be pregnant thinks pragmatically. How to access abortion, how much it will cost, can she afford it? And she will have that abortion regardless of the law and regardless of how safe the method she uses will be. I thought this way, so did Anya, so do 100,000 women in Poland every year, so do Ukrainian refugees. And they are right. There are many people who need an abortion here and now who are in danger, not just from the cruel law, medical negligence, cowardice of doctors, but also from being in abusive relationships under constant supervision. Being free from an unwanted pregnancy allows them to be free from abuse in general. That's what it was for me. It was a factor in realizing how I am being confined, how much I need freedom and the ability to decide for myself. I wanted the same for Anya. I wanted her to be free and control her life and body. I do not want anyone to go alone through a dangerous process of an unsafe abortion when it is possible to do it safely without stigma. I don't want any of us to be forced to abandon her right to freedom and self-determination. I was driven by the will to help when no one else wanted to or could help. For me, helping Anya was obvious, decent and honest thing to do. It's good to be honest, even if it doesn't always pay off. If I knew more about Anya's situation, I wouldn't have sent her the pills, wouldn't have just sent her the pills. I would have stayed in touch to support her during the abortion, to say she wouldn't feel alone. So she would have someone who would listen, stay with her, hold her hand. We are here to decide on my guilt. I am not guilty, and I will say it out loud. The state is guilty of abandoning Anya, Isa, Agnieszka, and millions of women across the country. I ask the court for acquittal. Thank you.
Thank you for this very powerful speech. And now we have a little time for a kind of open microphone. Ophèlie will come to you as an occasion in a few seconds or 1 minute, something like that, to present yourself so we start knowing each other, at least the ones that we are physically in the room, and then we will have a coffee break and then the second afternoon session.
Okay, so yes, for the camera it's better if people apparently come on stage.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, one after the other.
We need volunteers before getting to the more aggressive methods. So please, you're welcome. Thank you very much. The younger, the more brave. Yes, exactly. Yes. Okay. Yes, sure. Maybe your name before? Even directly the microphone over there.
So my name is Alexander. I am from Sopot, a small city next to Gdańsk, between Gdynia and Gdańsk. I study in a high school. I am 15 years old. And that's about it when it comes to talking about myself. And now I would like to ask some questions. So, first of all, at the beginning of your speech, you mentioned that the Polish government does a little to support the refugees from Ukraine, and it it relies on the volunteers to support the Ukrainians coming into the country. And I would like to say that actually the Polish government does quite a lot to help Ukrainians coming into Poland. For example, letting the Ukrainians study in Polish schools without paying extra, with Polish schools being free only to the Polish citizens, and the Polish government actually lets the Ukrainian children study in Polish schools without paying anything extra. Also, at the beginning of the war, when the situation was really critical, many schools were actually closed down, and Ukrainian children and women were left to sleep in pee holes and bigger classrooms in school to hide and to have something warm. They received warm food and a warm place to stay. And I would like to know the source. I would like you to quote the source on which you were basing when you said the Polish government relies on volunteers when it comes to helping the Ukrainian refugees. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Sure. This is the source is me. The source is me because that was based on my experience of what I saw and what I witnessed when I was at the central station of Warsaw a year ago. A year ago, when we were in Warsaw for the summit of the same organization, I went with an interpreter to the station, and we spoke with the people who were there and who were volunteering to help the refugees who were arriving by train, who were mostly women and children. And the people who were there and who were spending their time, who were spending the night there, because the trains were arriving late at night usually, those people were volunteers. They were not paid for the work that they were doing. They were volunteers organized in groups, so that you had like the transportation corner, the food corner, the health corner, and so on. So people, refugees, could go and get the proper need that they needed at the time, the proper help that they needed. And yeah, those people were volunteers, and one of the most prominent group in place there that was actually coordinating the work of the volunteers were the Scouts. The Scouts are also a group of volunteers for the most part, and the Scouts were appointed by the local authorities of the region there to be doing that work. So it was volunteers, and the coordination of the volunteers was done by volunteers. Now, maybe in the meantime, things have changed, and maybe some support infrastructures have been put in place, which I'm happy to hear about. But in the emergency response, in the crisis moment, there was a lot of work being done on a voluntary basis.
I think Marta wants to answer this question too.
Okay. Okay, so Marta, you have the floor if you want to add a response to that.
You can stay if you want to reply. Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you.
I actually have more questions.
You're welcome.
Volunteers, it has been from day one. Polish government actually just started charging refugees that they put in camps for beds. They pay 10 euros per, not even a room, a bed in this big steel construction hall. When they are not provided with any medical care, any food, any chance to get to, I'm talking about Nadarzyn, so it's outside of Warsaw. So they are not provided with any opportunity to get to the city, to get registered, to get work, to find work. They are being absolutely left alone. There is violence, there are sicknesses, they are not protected, there is no protection against violence, there is no legal assistance, there is no psychological assistance. So it's actually volunteers begging the government to let them into those camps to provide any services to the refugees. It's government officials coming with the police to the humanitarian help points, stealing the goods from there, putting them in Caritas, yes, the church organization, registering them as a government help. We are being robbed by the Polish government. It's the fact that Polish citizens open their homes for people coming from Ukraine. Because if it was a Polish government, nothing would happen. It's Polish government blocking all relocation efforts. It's Polish government not organizing any relocation as a system or assistance. So now the situation is that it's actually Polish women's strike paying for 90% of the effort, the relocation effort. There's no system to relocate people coming to Poland wanting to travel abroad. It's actually us that we finance the only point in Warsaw Eastern Station for people who can and want to travel to other countries, because Polish government doesn't care. There's no system, there's no assistance. We run mental health assistance, and we are one of many organizations. We provide legal assistance, we provide administrative assistance, we provide humanitarian assistance, we provide goods, food, hygienic materials. We advise how to get the child to school. We arrange the doctors. This is us. This is the civic society in Poland and Polish organizations doing that. Polish government is not doing anything. And now it's robbing the newcomers, forcing them to pay for beds in these horrible camps that they have no way to even escape from. Because now we're talking about people actually trying to escape these government camps. So this is what the Polish government is doing. This is what Polish government is doing. Polish government did not build any system of assistance. It's on local governments and it's on NGOs and volunteers, basically. That's what we're doing and we've been doing. And we're talking about effort of thousands and thousands of people in Poland. Polish government, as we know, because we've seen the emails of the Prime Minister, treats the Russian war in Ukraine as the political goal. That's the exact quote. They were happy because this is the political goal for them. This is what Polish government is doing. This is what Polish government is doing.
Thank you, Marta. Sofia, you wanted to add a response?
Should I? Okay, thanks. Yeah, just a quick response. Thank you very much for your questions. Congratulations on being brave enough to go there and ask your questions. Please raise your voice. We want to have this kind of debate. Just want to say a quick thing. I'm not Polish. I happen to be Italian, but we are not our governments. So here we are talking about the Polish governments. We're not talking about the Poles. We're not talking about Polish people. We're talking about the Polish government. We are not our governments. I'm not Giorgia Meloni. I'm not at all. I'm not my government. And of course, the debate is on what the Polish government is doing right now, not what the Polish people are doing. These are completely two different things. So nobody's criticizing the volunteers, nobody's criticizing how the Polish people are reacting to this emergency. What is at stake here is what the government is doing, which is, again, completely different. Just one small thing. The Polish border is a European border. It's not just a Polish border. We are in Schengen. So it's a European border. So the main debate here is not only about Poland, it's about the European Union. And then, yeah, it shows, again, I think it highlights really well what the European Union is not doing right now. But yeah, just wanted to make sure we're not talking about Polish people. We're talking about the governments.
Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, okay. Do we want to continue a round of introductions?
Yes. Anyone else? Second question, Alexander.
Yes, so we had the speech delivered, was that a judge, was that a lawyer we had online, and she actually spoke about the promotion the judge that sentenced the activist got. And from what she said, I believe she believes that the promotion was highly influenced by the decision made a few days ago sentencing the activist. And I do not say it wasn't, but from what the authorities say, from what the Polish government says, the raise received from the the raise that the judge received was planned from a long time now, and what the judge has said is only a theory, and we can't believe it's completely true because there are no facts and no proof that proves that the promotion was received because of sentencing an activist in the way she was sentenced. And I think we should not decide either it is true or false until we see some facts, and until then it's a theory, the same theory as many celebrities are believed to be still alive, although officially they're dead. And it's the same probability with that fact that was, with the thing that was said by the judge. We have no proof that it's actually true. And we have two sides that say completely different things, and we have no idea what is true, so we can't decide on that yet.
Thank you, Alexander. Let's see if Monika is still connected.
Yes, I am.
Okay, Monika, do you want to reply?
Yes. So thank you very much. Well, I think it's very important to refer to this remark. First of all, what we face in Poland is totally politicized judicial system. And we have Minister of Justice who at the same time is General Prosecutor. And we've seen over all these years the actions he took regarding particular judges. And of course, I have no proof that this particular judge was promoted only because she sentenced this activist. But this is kind of coincidence, right? And maybe she was already promised that she is going to be promoted to the highest, as I said, to the highest common court. She was appointed for a judge by the politicized judicial council, which constructions is in contradiction with Polish constitution. It is totally loyal to government and to Minister of Justice. So this is the first thing. She's a judge only for 2 years. Before, she was a prosecutor, and 4 years she was trying to become a judge. But under the previous system, it was impossible because she wasn't evaluated positively to become a judge. And in this system, she makes a very fast career. And after being a judge in the district court only for 2 years, she is promoted to the most important common court in Poland, which is the Court of Appeal in Warsaw, which is dealing with the most complicated cases we have in Poland. So, and she is skipping one level of judiciary, which is the regional court, and she is promoted directly to the Court of Appeal. Maybe it is kind of coincidence. Maybe she was already promoted, was to be promoted anyway. But this is the system we have, which is totally not transparent and is totally politicized. And knowing what Minister of Justice was doing before, so for example, there was a judge in the regional court in Warsaw who delivered a verdict which Minister of Justice, Mr. Ziobro, didn't like, and maybe not the same day, but only a few days later, he decided that she should go back to the district court because she was already seconded to the regional court. And there were also other examples from the recent years. So, as I said, even if we don't have the direct proof that she was promoted only because she delivered this verdict, we have so many doubts here about her career, how she delivered the justice, and why was she promoted, as I said, to the highest court in Poland. Come on, over this, there's the Supreme Court. that I can say that there is the direct link, because even if she wasn't promoted for this judgment, at least she wants to be thankful to the government to personally to Minister of Justice himself, and it also shows how not transparent system of secondments of judges to the higher courts we have in Poland, and we already have the verdicts delivered by European Court of Human Rights and European Court of Justice in Luxembourg, stating that it's the system how Minister of Justice, who is representing executive, of course, is deciding on the judge's career, is against the European law, and it is also against the Polish constitution. So that's my answer.
Thank you very much for that. And I think, Marta, you want to add a few words?
Yeah, I can comment on this narrative of coincidences. For 8 years, we've been this country of coincidences. This is the coincidence that this trial started 18 days after the charges went in court. Usually it's 6 months. It was one of the fastest trials in Polish courts. Of course, I guess it's a coincidence. It's a coincidence that we have 18 interim measures in the European Court of Justice acknowledging that we don't have judicial independence, we don't have the rule of law in Poland. Of course, the judge that was appointed in my case, that Ordo Iuris, the fundamentalist group, put against me, was a former ministry official, Ministry of Justice, a person who was responsible for the judiciary reform, and she ended up as the judge in my case. She was appointed to be a judge in my case. Of course, it's a coincidence. We have hundreds and hundreds of those coincidences, and we have hundreds and hundreds of government trolls lying that the corruption and the destruction of all the systems of the rule of law, of judicial independence in Poland is a coincidence. All the destruction of democracy is a coincidence. Yeah, we can lie. I leave the lying to the government trolls. I leave these lies to the government itself. But I wouldn't like us to waste more time on the government lies. Can we skip that? Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. When there's a lot of coincidences, it's not so much a coincidence anymore. Thank you very much. So I think I want to thank, of course, all of our speakers warmly for taking the stage and giving their time and their energy for launching this moment or this summit with us. Marco, do you want to give a few closing remarks before we
We'll
close
go
that?
just to the coffee break, and then we will present this strange organization called the Eumans, which together with the European Alternatives convened this meeting, and then in the afternoon we will present the different European citizen initiatives. So thank you very much, and let's go to the coffee break.
Thank you.
I go along with the statute. Eumans has among its objectives the defense of human rights and fundamental freedoms, the affirmation of the rule of law and democracy, the protection, conservation and restoration of the ecosystem and sustainable development, as well as the promotion of science-based debates and institutional decisions. Is a member of Eumans whoever signs the activation agreement and pays the annual membership fees established by the Assembly, which is 72 euros. The instruments of the association are the two presidents, Virginia Fiume, here with me, and myself, the Assembly of Members, and the Eumans Citizens' Assembly. I directly give the floor to Lorenzo Mineo, who also coordinates, is the administrator and also coordinates the initiatives in Italy, and he also dealt with the practical, formal stuff in order for the Congress to be valid along our statute. Lorenzo Mineo.
Thank you very much, Marco. As we read from the reading of the statute from Marco, we have no limits for subscription even for non-adult. So since Alex took the floor today, Alex, you could become the first member of Eumans non-adult. Think about it. And apart from that, I will start by reading some of the documents that will be put on votation today. And these are the rules of procedures of the Eumans Congress and then the order of the works. I start from the rules of procedure. So today we are voting on these two documents, and then a second phase of the voting will be on Sunday. So this first phase and also the second is open only to Eumans members, of course. So now I'm going to read the rules of procedure so every Euman member can know how does it work to vote on official document and charges, and then the order of the works. Of course, just after I will finish this reading, I will declare the opening of the vote. So this is the rules of procedure of the Eumans Congress, Article 1, Presidency and Modalities of Intervention. The Assembly is chaired by the co-presidents of Eumans and their nominees. Speeches in the general debate shall last 5 minutes for members of the association. The presidency is entitled to give the floor to both members and guests, and if necessary, to observers. Article 2, voting rights. Members registered in 2023 who have paid their membership fees are entitled to vote. Article 3, participation, submission of documents, subscription and voting. Participation in the Congress may take place in person or by audiovisual means via the online platform communicated on the website Eumans.eu. The presentation of all the proposal referred to this article of the regulation shall be made by communicating them to the Secretariat at info.eumans.eu and shall be made public on the association website. The signing of each document can be done by indicating the document of you wish to sign at the above-mentioned email. Voting on each proposal or candidacy is carried out exclusively on the Eligo platform at the link made public on the official website eumans.eu and sent by email to the members of the Congress with codes that will be sent. Article 4. Order of business and regulations. The presidency shall make available the proposed rules of procedure and the proposed order of business at the beginning of the meeting. Amendments to this proposal shall be submitted to the Secretariat. Each participating member may table only one amendment to each proposal. Amendments shall be explained by the proposer in speeches of no more than 2 minutes. Article 5, Order of the Business and Rules of Procedure. Entries to speak shall be submitted to the Secretariat by email, to the above-mentioned email, within the deadline set by the Presidency. The Presidency shall draw up a general list of those entitled to speak. Article 6, General Motions and Recommendations. The number of signatures required for the submission of documents and possible proposal for amendments to the statute shall be calculated on the basis of the number of participants in the vote on the rules of procedure. These ones. General motion sent at the above-mentioned email must be signed at least by 1/5 of the members referred in the first paragraph. Each member may only sign one general motion. The chair may submit a general motion directly. Amendment to the general motion may be submitted by 1/5 of the members referred to in the first paragraph. Recommendation must be signed at least 1/10 of the members referred in the first paragraph. Each document may be illustrated by one of the presenter in a speech that lasting no longer than 5 minutes for general motion and 1 minute for recommendation. The chair shall read out the assembly documents and then give the floor for the presentation of general motions. The debate on the general motion opened after the presentation. The chair put the general motion to the vote. The presidency reserves the right to accept the recommendation presented or submit them to the next quarterly meeting. Article 7, amendments to the statute. Any proposal to amend the statutes must be submitted in writing to the Secretariat at the above-mentioned email by at least 1/5 of the members referred in the first paragraph and shall be approved by the majority laid down in the statute or by the presidency. Each proposal shall be illustrated by a speech lasting no longer than 3 minutes. The presidency shall proceed to the vote after giving the floor for 2 minutes to 1 vote in favor, 1 against, and possibly 1 abstention. Article 8, voting on the organs of the association. After the approval of the general motion, the election of the organ shall take place. Voting shall take place exclusively on the Eligo platform. Once the vote is over, the presidency reads out the results and proclaims those elected. Okay, so these are the rules of procedures of the assembly. These are the formal rules we have to attend to present formal documents in this framework. So we repeat, it's the documents that it's possible to submit for members are the general motion and the recommendation, and then you can propose amendments to the general motion and amendments to the statute. And then we go to the order of the works, so we will know better in these days how the Eumans Congress will work. Order of the works. The Eumans Congress 2023 will take place during the Citizen Summit organized by Eumans and European Alternatives. The order of the works below refers specifically to the session of the Eumans Congress for members. Friday, the 17th of March, 1:30 p.m. registration opening, 2 p.m. opening session of the Citizen Summit, 4:20 p.m. in 5 minutes, opening of the online vote to approve the rules of procedure, order of the work and annual budget. Following this, the Congress work begins. Introductory phase of the Eumans Congress, open to all participants in the Citizen Summit, inauguration of the presidency, institutional greetings, opening speeches, reports. 6:20 p.m. end of online vote on the above-mentioned documents, 6:30 p.m. end of proceedings. Saturday, the 18th of March, 10 a.m., reopening of the Citizen Summit, inauguration of the presidency, opening of the proceedings. 3:45 p.m., Eumans Congress, again, general debate for members and activists on goals, organization, statute. Conference with open mic and potential breakout groups, possibility to speak from the audience, included the audience online. 5 p.m., end of proceeding and start of the Transnational Assembly on Feminist Solidarity organized by European Alternatives. And 8 p.m. end of the Transnational Assembly. Sunday, 9:30 a.m., reopening of the Citizen Summit, inauguration of the presidency, opening of the proceedings. 1:15 a.m., closing session of the Eumans Congress, deadline for signing the general motion, recommendation, and any proposed changes to the statute. Presentation of changes to the statute, general motion, possible recommendation, and nomination. Then 12:15 p.m., closing of presentation and replies on changes to the statutes, general motion, possible recommendation and nominations. To follow, opening of online voting, general motion and election of statutory bodies. 1 p.m., closing of the online vote and announcement of the result, and then end of proceeding. Okay, with this, I would...
Thank you.
I would, thank you all, and also say that in 3 minutes exactly, so the time that you will receive any information, you can start voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo Mineo. So when we will be a pan-European movement, there will be thousands of people voting around Europe. Not now, we are a few dozens and mostly Italian, but as you could hear, the rules are there, and the rules are made, our rules are made for the path that we conceived. The creation of a pan-European movement acting through popular initiatives. The path is it is a path that we started, we initiated a couple of years ago, and step by step we obtained some results. And I'm glad to give the floor to Virginia Fiume, my co-president, for her presentation on, as co-president of Eumans, of the activity that we have done and also our plans for the future. Virginia, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. I want first of all cheer the people in the room in Gdańsk at the European Solidarity Center and those that are following online on the YouTube channels, the Eumans one in English and the Associazione Luca Coscioni one in Italian, which I thank for the service, as well as the audience on Zoom. I also want to thank the interpreters, the Artron Agency and Monika Carbone, Valentina Guani, because they are allowing us to make our works more accessible in English, Polish and Italian. And I invite everyone that is following online to also share the link not only to this specific part, which is an opportunity for us to present Eumans, but also of the works that we will do also this afternoon, tomorrow and Sunday, because it's only through the activation of collective intelligence that we can be stronger and better. And I now start my official remarks. Welcome to the Eumans Members Congress, which is inserted in this broader initiative called Citizen Summit, Democracy, Ecology and Liberty Beyond Borders, that was introduced in the previous session. As Marco was mentioning, Eumans started four years ago as a project and a vision that is described in our statute, but that can be summarized in the idea of connecting activists and citizens across Europe to use participatory democracy as an instrument around which we can build a foundation for the demands and the struggles that are urgent in our lives and that are not addressed or not addressed enough by governments and traditional competitive party politics dynamics. 1 year passed from our first Congress in Warsaw, And now we're gathered here, as I said, online from everywhere and physically in desks. And I think it's important to remind the two elements, the online and the physical. Some theoreticians started to talk about on life, which I think also it's a lens that we have to have in our mind when we think about transnational politics. And we are here to renew our commitment for becoming, as humans, a platform of activation for individuals and groups, a platform for democratic activation and, I would say, for liberation. We heard earlier today the story of the activist Justyna Wydrzyńska, who helped another woman to get abortion pill and set herself free from the constriction of an undesired pregnancy in the context of a violent and abusive relationship. But we also bring here, as the part of the Eumans group, the story of Miss Paola, the woman that myself and Felicetta Maltese accompanied in Switzerland to end her sufferance caused by an advanced Parkinson, which was limiting her body and their freedom of self-determination. Or the many stories of the people that were helped in the past by Marco Cappato in the past years, and then self-reported as acts of civil disobedience. In both cases, so in Italy as in Poland, there are laws that undermine the right of people to choose of their lives and their bodies. And this can be called a form of state violence. And then there is the climate emergency that is causing generations to grow up with what has been called eco-anxiety, and the planet that we live in to be put more and more in danger every day. There are the laws and the policies on drugs that fills prisons, which are often, by the way, also overcrowded. There are people dying in the middle of the Mediterranean, or in the woods between Poland and Belarus, or between Italy and France, victims of the need to migrate and again of state violence. The increasing of poverty and inequalities of access to opportunities for self-realization, that becomes a limitation to accessing opportunities for self-realizations. And while these urgencies get bigger and bigger, alongside the ongoing war in Ukraine a few miles from here, where we stand in Dansk, at the same time, the rule of law and democratic spaces are shrinking. I make 3 examples. The increase in abstention rates at elections, elections after elections. The fact that an intelligent participatory process such as the Conference on the Future of Europe was still, yes, carried on, but not adequately followed up by the same institution that launched the process. And in general, the average knowledge in the European Union, for example, among the citizens of their own rights to take part and sign European citizen initiatives. It is of 2 years old, the survey that we did with YouGov that proved that only 2.4% of European citizens are basically aware that they can sign European Citizen Initiative. So why, as a movement, we put all our bets on the need of co-designing with our members and with the people that we meet along the way a set of intersectional proposals to be carried on through European citizen initiatives. On one side, we are probably crazy, but also, and later in the next section, we will hear the presentation of these different European campaigns that could be carried on as European Citizen Initiative, and other forms of popular activation, like citizen and popular assemblies, direct actions, coordinated non-violent tactics and initiatives. One common denominator, one why to this question, is that there is a common denominator that is intersectionality, not only because all the struggles are connected, but also because democracy, ecology, and liberty design also the fact that there is an imbalance in power, which determines different forms of coercion or violence or limitations, and which might risk to undermine the will of the people to take part in the democratic process itself. And democracy, the activation of instruments of participatory democracy, but also everything that we can do to make the elections and the parliaments, whether they are national or the European Parliament, more accessible, transparent, and open, is a fundamental route to whatever campaign we want to do. It's a route that needs to be watered and nourished for increasing the impact of this type of action and the trust of the people in these instruments. In the past year, since the last Congress, Eumans did some very important steps and actions. I mentioned just some of them. Since March, we launched the campaign Ukraine Now for immediate accession of Ukraine to the European Union. We carried this initiative side by side with Ukrainian citizens of Europe, which launched together with us the appeal Ukraine Now and helped us to contribute, and together we contributed to shake as much as possible the debate around the importance of such enlargement of the European Union, where Ukraine is probably the priority, but is a stronger debate that it's important to have. In May 2022, we had this call to the EU institution jointly as Europeans and as European citizens and Ukrainians who brought people around this call in 15 squares of Europe on the same day. The second important initiative that guided last year was the work that we did alongside the coalition Citizens Take Over Europe, through which and with whom we followed carefully and with determination the Conference on the Future of Europe, both methodologically to continue pushing for the implementation of citizen assemblies and improving these instruments, but also to make sure that the demands that come from the citizens who are involved in the process are not just the result of a democratic exercise, but the central cornerstone around the new Europe or a future of Europe can be built. As Eumans, we campaigned for the implementation in Italy of the digital platform for participation. Last summer, 28 people joined the hunger strike that we carried on ahead of the Italian elections to ask for the digital signature to be used to present a new list of candidates to the parliament, as well as an activation that was promised by two governments, not only one, of the platform for referendum and bills of popular initiative. And on this, I want to thank the extraordinary work and the consistency of Lorenzo Mineo in leading this continuous pressure on the Italian government, which we are also able to bring in Brussels on the 6th of December for the event titled Digital Democracy is a Human Right, which is one of the foundation of one of the initiatives that we will listen later on, and tomorrow, the European Citizen Initiative for Democracy itself. We organized the first prototype of a self-organized citizen assembly on end-of-life decisions in Brussels as part of the T project carried on with European Alternatives. And we are extremely glad to be here today and tomorrow for the next step of this project, which is the assembly on feminism and women's rights that is going to be held tomorrow afternoon at 5 p.m. here in Dansk and online. The ability to self-organize around instruments of participation, I think it's one of the identity elements of Eumans, to not wait for having the rules ready-made, but to try to advance the rules by direct action. And again, this work on citizen assemblies has an important reflection in Italy with the coalition Politici per Caso that sees members the likes of Extinction Rebellion, Volt, and a lot of other groups that keep pushing on the implementation of these fundamental instruments, which are the sortition-based citizen assemblies. We also worked quite a lot to help local activists to learn how to campaign at a local level to increase opportunities on democratic participation. I want to mention specifically the case of the region of Basilicata in Italy, where the local group is not able to collect the signatures on end-of-life decision reforms at a digital level because of the limitation of the regulation in the region. So we helped them to develop a set of requests at a regional level that can also become a template for activists in similar situations in Italy and potentially with the adequate transformation in other corners of Europe. And also I don't want to forget the important work that led us here in Dansk, which is the work on the individual European citizen initiatives that will be presented this afternoon and that are at the foundation of this Citizen Summit itself, again online and offline. So this European debate among Europeans for European solutions, to quote Sofia Viviani, who spoke before me. Partnerships are growing from this exercise, which is not an exercise, but is an initiative in itself. For example, the partnership with European Alternatives and Citizens Take Over Europe. But also I want to mention Volt Europe. The co-president of Volt Europe, Francesca Romana D'Antuono, will be with us from tomorrow. The Unconditional Basic Income European Citizen Initiative Network, and we have with us physically, and I'm super happy to have him in person, Klaus Sambor, who is the coordinator, and that was in Bologna with us in February with Valeria Korosek, who also will speak on Sunday morning from a Slovenian perspective on this idea of a pan-European project for the European elections. And Marta Lempart and the All Women Strike Movement, Natura Comune, who supported the work on migration, and that will organize, and we will be happy to support an assembly on this topic in Italy. And Voters Without Borders and the ESIT Foundation with their important initiatives on the need for a European citizenship statute, which includes also digital rights. In the last 12 months, we grew our fundraising capabilities significantly. If we think that last year the budget of Eumans was below 10,000 euros, and now we can close probably next year in October between 70,000 and 100,000 euros. Mainly this was through donation for the democracy initiatives and the projects for citizen assemblies. Every single cent that we gain is spent purely in initiatives and in keep raising our bar and do more things. But we need to strengthen this to reach the goal that we will define in this Congress. I also want to thank every single member of Eumans, because you are at service of democracy and not only at service of the movement. In the last 12 months, we also increased our database contacts from 2,000 contacts to over 20,000 contacts, or probably more. I don't have the numbers, and who knows me knows that I'm not good with numbers. In any case, is a lot of growth, mainly on the Ukraine initiatives and the initiatives for democracy, which I think is quite significant as a reference, a political reference and an organizational reference. We have activated, or in course of activation, 3 thematic Eumans groups. The one on democracy, led by Lorenzo Mineo, the one on climate, led by Andrea Salimbeni, and the one on unconditional basic income and services for the Eumans perspective, in collaboration with the Unconditional Basic Income European Citizen Initiative. So Eumans is a fluid movement, and so not a campaign is equal to the other, not an initiative is equal to the other, and not a network of citizens and activists that work on a specific topic operates in the exact same way of the other. So we really need to be nimble, creative, and curious of the consequences of what we kick off every time. But I think also we need to have more leadership growing from the movement, within the movement, and outside the movement, in the ability of coordinating politically the group of actions around the European citizen initiatives and the care, the relational care that is needed for this type of European connections. I think this summit will give us the elements to improve and define new methodologies and techniques now that the political goals are more solid. The road that we have ahead is long, not easy, but I wish those of you who are attending every Eumans event for the first time will decide to invest in this process. Let's make the most of the Congress specifically and broadly about the Citizen Summit, and let's keep expanding our skills, capabilities for cooperation and trust in our role as citizens in the political processes. No one from those that are in power will give us more power, but we can strengthen our ability to connect and to unlock potential, putting democratic instruments at the center of our action. And the next European election will shed a new light that you can use to show, that you and us, we can use to show in that moment of attention on democracy that is the elections, which is often the only moment of attention, the urgency for democracy, ecology and liberty beyond borders, both in terms of demands and the process that we are trying to build. It's not built, it needs to be built together. I want to close these remarks thanking some people for this year that we have lived. First of all, Marco Cappato, for his trust also the push last year to make Eumans a more inclusive movement with the idea of the co-presidency, which was also an important push for me. I want to thank Sibilla Barbieri, Flavia Pansieri, Andrea Salimbeni, Luca Dal Pubel, Ines Jimenez, Magdalena Dabkowska, Roberto Mancuso, Lorenzo Mineo, Carla Pisi and Ophèlie Masson for being part of the Eumans board, a body that we launched last year and it was an experiment within the experiment. They were essential in giving more direction to Eumans and to help Marco and myself to develop a more narrow and specific strategy. And in particular, because they help us to always keep the compass of transnationalization and pan-Europeization of our political thinking at the core of this, which is a learning by doing process. I want to thank Associazione Luca Coscioni team because it supports a lot our activities and it's an essential partner for the growth of Eumans. And then I want to thank every single person who signed an initiative, attended a meeting, joined a direct action or a call to action, or donated money for an initiative. This project works on our legs and together we can make it stronger. So use us and use this time that we have in the next 3 days. Time is precious and we are precious. I started these remarks with a reference to people that need our joint political struggle to overcome their condition or our conditions of disempowerment, and democracy as such need a lot of care and dealing. So I want to conclude with a quote from the feminist author Bell Hooks. Rarely, if ever, are any of us healed in isolation. Healing is an act of communion. So let's use this Congress to discuss and determine how better serve this need of healing that is within our societies and how better laws that has at the center the protection and advancement of fundamental rights can be achieved by us. Because together we can, particularly if no one will do it on our behalf. Thanks a lot.
Grazie Virginia, thank you very much Virginia Fiume. It has been an honor and a pleasure, and most a pleasure to work with you this year. And now we open the phase of the presentation of the European Citizen Initiatives. As I said at the beginning, the idea has been to create a package, a real pan-European plan for Europe. And we chose this only tool of citizens' participation that the European Union concedes, which are the European Citizen Initiative. Of course, we are not so naive to think that it is an effective tool, but sometimes those tools can be reinforced in using them. There is a poll that we commissioned. I don't know. Well, anyway, we paid with other organization a couple of years ago. Not more than 2.5% of European Union citizens know about European Citizen Initiative. So basically, down in the street, in Dansk or in Milano, nobody knows about what a European Citizen Initiative is. This is not a reason to give up, because activating a European Citizen Initiative becomes immediately also a way of fighting for the right to knowledge, to know about European institutions. So having this in mind, we can start presenting our these proposals, and during the debate tomorrow, of course, we will go through any and each specific proposal, because the discussion is still open, so the texts are not are still drafts, they are not definite texts, but it's important to have now an overall vision of what the package looks like. Virginia.
Yes, this series of pitch is a bit of a startup moment. It's the output of a few weeks and months of meetings. I don't count the hours, but were a lot of hours involved and a lot of intelligence. And so you will hear each one of the points of this pan-European government plan that is the subtitle of this event. And the opportunity here is to hear from those who worked on the different nucleus of initiatives. On one side, on the demands, so the goals, and also a little bit on what it means to coordinate a transnational network around each topic. And then, as Marco was mentioning, tomorrow there will be basically some dedicated sessions for each bucket of topics, where we are going to deep dive on how to campaign transnationally, how to activate transnationally, which type of timelines, which type of tactics and strategies can be applied, so that it's not only a bureaucratic exercise of collecting 1 million signatures, but it's an official way to set these items on the timeline of European democracy before the European elections, with the credibility and the institutional rule of law-based hook within the system that the activation of official instruments of participatory democracy can be guaranteed. I said the word democracy a lot of times, so the first initiative to be presented is the European Citizen Initiative titled Strengthening Democracy, which has been developed in collaboration and is going to be led by the coalition Citizens Take Over Europe. So tomorrow morning, this will be the first panel with Paul Blocker, Michele Fiorillo, and Lorenzo Mineo, in the only all-male panel that you will ever see again. But I leave the floor to Michele Fiorillo to present the European Citizen Initiative on Democracy, more or less 7 minutes time, unless Paul wants to do it. Or you can be together. Paul Blocker, professor of sociology at University of Bologna, political science, sorry, and member of the coalition Citizens Take Over Europe.
Yeah, no, very happy to introduce the ongoing ECI on democracy, which is really a project involving a lot of people, and so I'm just presenting a work in progress. And a lot of things that you said before made me think about what we're doing there. I'm actually one of the people you mentioned, the sort of the people that you passed by on the street or so along the way. And so what we're doing in the draft proposal on ECI on democracy is first of all trying to propose what we call in our terms a kind of ecosystem of democracy, or actually of proposals of democratization that form a kind of coherent whole. And why is this important? Well, one key reason I think is there is some kind of momentum now within the European Union to experiment with democracy, to innovate, and we've seen it with the Conference on the Future of Europe. But there's also an enormous danger that there's a kind of co-optation, and that ultimately the follow-up to this 800 citizen assembly that was held with the Conference on the Future of Europe will only lead ultimately to basically going on with what has been done before. For me, for instance, it's still not very clear that what the Commission is now doing with new citizens panels is doing something else than what they already did 15 years ago with deliberative experiments called Europolis, etc. All kinds of consultative experiments nobody knows about that don't really help democratizing the EU. So what Virginia said, I think, is core. That is, okay, we use an existing mechanism, the ECI, which is, by the way, currently being discussed for being reformed further, but we'd have to do that in a way that we tease the institutions in such a manner that they will intensify the democratic nature of such instruments. Otherwise, the ECI, for instance, doesn't lead to any kind of broad feeling of empowerment of European citizens. So very briefly, what we currently have in our draft proposal is, well, first of all, and I fully agree with people from Eumans that this is core, the issue of European digital citizenship. And we can think about that in terms of very nitty-gritty ideas about how to collect signatures, etc., for instance, for ECIs, but there's much more, of course, in terms of EU digital citizenship, access to information, and so on and so forth. And so a second step that we propose is a kind of permanent European digital platform, a kind of open agora, digitally there for the citizens in a meaningful sense, not simply as it currently already exists, some kind of hidden websites here and there where very few citizens actually engage with. Then we actually are also currently at least proposing to use the ECI to propose a reform of the ECI itself, which I think is a very smart idea. I mean, the ECI, the European Citizens Initiative, its biggest problem is probably that, well, on the one hand, it's an enormous effort to pull it off. If you have your 1 million signatures, your proposal is adopted by the Commission, or at least condoned, you might say, then nothing really happens. And so you've done an awful amount of work, but there's no legislative follow-up. And as we just heard, nobody knows about it. So all the democratic sort of alarm bells are not going off. Or maybe they are going off, but for reasons of the lack of democracy. So digital idea, digital platform, European Citizens Initiative. The fourth step would then be, and this is really also in a bit in the wake of the Conference on the Future of Europe, a permanent citizens' assembly, and probably something much more robust than the current so-called new generation European citizen panels of the Commission, which are, in my view at least, one of the biggest problems is exactly what Virginia also said, is that you're not allowed to talk about real things. Treaty change, according to the Commission, is not supposed to be part of a citizens' initiative. But democracy should be actually, and exactly also about being able to discuss what are the ground rules, what is the big frame that holds our democratic system together. And so I think we have to very much focus on that as well tomorrow. To what extent are we actually willing to tease the Commission, maybe in a as smart as possible type of legalistic language we can find, and to, in one way or the other, maybe in a kind of stealth manner, propose some kind of treaty change. And it is possible. There have been, like a recent ECI, Voters Without Borders, has dimensions of treaty change. The Commission registered it. And so it is possible, and we just need to study those examples very carefully and use it for our own purposes. The fifth step is maybe one of the more difficult ones, the idea of a pan-European referendum, which most experts will agree would definitely need treaty change. And so also there we need to think about how to frame that as carefully as possible so that it won't be shut down immediately by the institutions, but at the same time that we propose something that will push forward democracy. It will not just be, okay, the Commission say, okay, nice. Yeah, we actually already do that, bye-bye. That wouldn't really do what we're looking for. The final point would be the idea of calling for a convention, calling for a sort of more broader discussion on treaty change in the existing sort of form as it is part of the Treaty on the European Union, Article 48, of holding a convention. The COFI, the Conference on the Future of Europe recommendations mentioned that. Von der Leyen in her State of the Union said she backs that up. So it would be interesting to see that if we propose it too, whether the Commission will then say, no, you can't say that. I mean, that's about treaty change. But I mean, there's also a resolution, by the way, of the European Parliament that calls for treaty change. So that, in a nutshell, is the democratic package within the larger ECI package that we are proposing. And tomorrow at 10 a.m. we will discuss this further. And I hope we will also be able to get to some of the more nitty-gritty details of how you embed this within existing law, legal basis, and that kind of stuff. So I think I will stop there. I probably went over the statutory time that I would have, but there you go. Thank you.
I'm not very good with numbers, which is the lack of every speaker. Thanks for introducing this European Citizen Initiative on democracy, because we really think it's foundational for the whole project. And I think in the session tomorrow morning, we can also activate on our brains as activists of other struggles to look at how improvements on democracy can benefit what we want to do. So we are intersectional in a multidimensional way. The reasons why there are these specific initiatives on the list is not because we felt the urge of having a list of topics, but because some topics are important for sure, and others are the natural consequence of national struggles that are happening and where the national borders are limiting and not enough for historical type of initiatives. And one of the best examples for us is the topic of right to die and end-of-life decisions. A lot of us that come from Italy come from that specific struggle, and we saw within our own national borders the limits of, for example, the Constitutional Court, which blocked the possibility to hold a referendum, or the Italian National Parliament, which basically for years didn't discuss the Bill of Popular Initiative that was the foundation for a reform in Italy on this topic. So on this specific matter, but probably a bit more broadly, I want to give the online floor to Filomena Gallo, the Secretary General of Associazione Luca Coscioni, who is gonna focus on why the Right to Die initiative needed the horizons of the European Union as the context for a new level of initiative. And so she's going to present us the need, the rationale behind, and the idea of a European citizen initiative on end-of-life decisions. The floor to the super lawyer and Secretary General of Associazione Luca Coscioni, Filomena Gallo.
Grazie Virginia, grazie e un saluto a tutti i partecipanti presenti e in collegamento.
Thank you, Virginia. Thank you to all the participants in person and online. I'll talk about the laziness of Italian lawmakers and of what should be changed for our society to be fairer. And together, as European citizens, we can achieve important goals. A picture of the situation on the rights of people who, on a daily basis, have trouble having their rights recognized, especially at the end of life, is discouraging, because there are limits to liberty, to individual liberty, and we have several examples. Our government has attacked same-sex couples and their children recently, and Associazione Luca Coscioni has produced justice through court rulings with parliamentary initiatives, but we achieved some goals, but there are many that still have to be achieved, especially in the field of reproductive rights. We managed to have some of the prohibition existing in our laws cancelled, and we achieved results with couples, with our legal offices, and thanks to our fight, 14,000 babies are born with assisted reproduction techniques on a yearly basis. And we try to make assisted reproduction technology available to anyone who desires it, and in all regions of Italy. All of this is paid for by the national health system. The UN Committee invites Italy to adopt an organic reform on these issues, and this happens every year, but since 2004 the Italian Parliament did not pass any laws on this. As for end-of-life decisions, even the President of the Republic, Mr. Napolitano, invited the Parliament to accept the request of Pier Giorgio Welby, and the Constitutional Court, after the civil disobedience of Marco Cappato, well, thanks to their civil disobedience, the Constitutional Court has been shall pass a rule on end of life in a country where there is no choice so far. The Constitutional Court has made exceptions for specific citizens, but it also asked the Parliament to pass laws on this. 1,240,000 people signed a petition to have a referendum so that a law would be passed on these issues. The current law was passed in 1948. Our Parliament is not taking up this issue. We want our liberties to be acknowledged, but the Parliament does not. And then recently, in the past few days, we heard about the problem of the recognition of children who were born abroad from same-sex couples. Their birth certificates are not recognized at present, while they should be. So there is this discrimination against same-sex couples. We know that our government is against and opposed to same-sex couples and in favor of discriminating against their offspring, and this is a violation of fundamental rights. We are doing our best to fight against this government that issues circular letters that are not binding, and there will be further developments in the next few days about this issue. And these are just a few examples of problems that concern freedoms and liberties that people are entitled to, and our democracy will become stronger if these liberties are recognized. While if we give up these liberties, our democracy becomes weakened and we become more similar to backward countries. And the strength we have in Italy, as shown by the fact that so many people signed for a referendum, well, the same strength could be activated in Europe. Italian citizens often move to other countries of Europe, and that's one further reason to have a common fight about fundamental rights, and that's why Associazione Luca Coscioni accepted to take part in the initiative by European Alternatives and Eumans, so that European reform is made possible by means of European citizens' initiatives. I'm sure that the will and the strength of citizens will be successful in Europe, and this will go to the benefit of everybody's freedom, because we still have to protect our fundamental liberties and freedoms, so we should not give them for granted. And in order to make these rights enjoyable by everyone, we have to be committed. We do it with our legal.
Thank you, Filomena. And the fact that we can root our actions on the experience and the success or the determination to keep acting of Associazione Luca Coscioni is also an inspiration for what we are trying to build transnationally with this project. I'm gonna now give the floor to Andrea Salimbeni, which is the most activist engineer I met. Andrea is the coordinator of the work on the initiative to stop fossil fuels by 2035, which seems like difficult. He will take the stage. I just want to remember that the first European citizen initiative led by Eumans was for a carbon pricing in the European Union. The name was stopglobalwarming.eu. It was very important for us to have carried on that initiative because we learned that with all its weaknesses, the European citizen initiative is also a way to get in contact. For example, we had the network of 100 mayors for carbon pricing that supported that initiative. We developed the awareness of the lack of awareness about European citizen initiatives, but we also saw how, for example, we were audited and heard in different segments of the EU institutions, the European Parliament Petty Committee, the Economic and Social Committee. So carrying around a European citizen initiative is also a way to get more space and seat at the tables of the institution. Andrea led the work on the new version, but I would say it's a new, completely new initiative on the climate emergency. I leave him the floor to explain the demands, maybe a bit the type of work that was done and what's next.
Yeah, strange to talk and discuss about carbon pricing in Poland, because it's the worst country in the EU, at least the worst big country knew about legislation and decisions to fight the global warming. We ask to introduce a price on carbon and so on CO2 emission, and from 2026, and Poland declares that they can stop using coal in 2049. So we are in a country that demonstrates every day how Europe cannot continue playing this way against climate, because all the targets set by the EU are quite optimistic at the beginning, but then the issue is that countries, member states, they do not respect. There are violations, they get back to the parliament, they vote. They have contrary vote potential, so at the end, every measure against the global warming is postponed every year. Germany decided to phase out from coal, not from emission, in 2038. Then they decided to step back and to say, okay, 2030, but it is an ideal target. So it's quite strange. Depending on the national governments and on the specific country's economy based on resources they have, like Poland, they can agree, they can or not, to adopt the EU climate policy. So that is the issue, and we won't get any objective that we have. Even if we say we have a Paris agreement, there is not an agreement. There is something like, okay, let's do it, and then at any year we do a violation or we change the policy and the target. This is what is happening year by year. But coming back to our proposal, in the first version, the Stop Global Warming .eu, we proposed to reform the ETS to Europe, the emission trading system, to put a fixed price on CO2 emission at least 50 euro per ton, to adjust the price with imported goods, of course, so that we should start immediately in 2025, it was the proposal, to apply the price on CO2 emission to every sector. That proposal was needed to do what? To change the fiscal system and to enable countries, member states, to move the taxation from the labor, from the salaries, to the exploitation of not renewable resources. That is the target, and the same target is in this new version, shifting taxes from labor to the consumption of not renewable resources. To do that, to enable countries to do that, to unlock these 135 billion euro that they could get from the taxation of CO2. It is needed, a change is needed, and we cannot continue waiting for the EU Parliament decision, and every time watching the member states that say, okay, no, we don't, we have no time, let's stop. Poland, a few months ago, asked to stop the European trading system, to stop paying CO2 because of the economic crisis, because they really don't care the environment. Before that, there are a lot of more urgent emergencies. So, what is the instrument proposed in this new European Citizens Initiative? We propose not to exit from fossil fuel cars in 2035, but to exit from fossil fuels in 2035. And it is not because we identify the date and the year because we like it, but because it is written in a set of studies recently published in UK, in Germany, and also supported by the European Environmental Agency. So it is possible to exit from fossil fuels, all fossil fuels. But to do that, we have to make these fossil fuels not competitive anymore. Because otherwise, we will be always talking about something which is, okay, but how we can support the crisis, we don't have the money to buy more expensive alternatives. So what we need to do is to make fossil resources not competitive. And it is why we want to extend the carbon pricing to all the sectors, which is paying CO2 emissions, but not only at EU level, because everything that we can do in Europe is to propose something for our continent, but it's not enough, because if Russia and Canada, they continue using coal and fossil oil, we do not get success. And moreover, the risk is that our economy disappear, because every industry will go in other countries where the production of steel is cheaper, and they will go there, so that we become something like an empty place. So the key of the proposal is exit from fossil fuel in Europe by 2035. How? Putting a price on CO2 on all sectors without any discount, and using the revenues for that CO2 pricing to shift the taxation from the labor to the CO2 emissions, because there is opportunity. But how? Not only doing an European initiative, but asking to Europe, which is the, how to say, the political entity with the most advanced carbon pricing system in the world, asking to Europe to promote a global system, a global carbon pricing system, so that a club of nations agree on that. And we do not need to put a tax on imported goods and to be afraid about steel companies going abroad doing their steel. We have to involve United Nations, because this is our target and because global warming is global. And this is all contained in a text which has been developed in the last 6 months already, shared with a lot of experts, like 35 experts, more or less everywhere, with an open access Google Drive file, which has been commented and reviewed by all these contacted persons. They could do it anonymously. And the result is that editing and editing and editing, we got quite, we can say, almost a final version. But we are quite happy, because the target of a European Citizens Initiative is to involve citizens, and we started involving externals, citizens, starting with their interest and their skill. This proposal is, we want it to be, we are aware about the difficulty of asking the Commission to do so, because the Commission is working, and it is not working so bad. The issue is that what the Commission does is not sufficient. So what we want to do is to give a message. The message is, do not stop to set targets for Europe, because it is not enough. Because if we continue and we keep working and setting targets for Europe only, without promoting really an international initiative, we will not succeed, because it is not possible to work as a single entity, because national governments are too strong and too determined to avoid consuming fossil fuels, because they are still based on them. So this is a proposal. It is not easy to present. We tried to summarize in 1,000 characters, which is the limit of ECI, and hopefully we can at least give a message and collect support by all citizens that take care about, really take care about environmental issues nowadays. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Andrea. To explain both the goals and the open access process, open crowdsourcing process, as we can call it in multiple names. I now want to give the floor to Martina Rubino from the ECIT Foundation, which was also the organization that led the European Citizen Initiative, Voters Without Borders, that a lot of us in different ways took part in. ECIT Foundation is focused on European citizenship, and they had been in the pipeline for quite a while an initiative on education on European citizenship. So Martina, who is going to connect with us via Zoom, is going to present us the state of the art for this initiative, which is willing to be part of this synchronized strategy, and which I think can be coupled quite nicely with the initiative on democracy that was presented by Paul Blocker. So Martina Rubino, the floor is yours, or the video is yours.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Virginia, for having us. It's always a pleasure to participate in your events. I will quickly give you a short explanation on what you were saying, or what we are doing at ECIT, because I think it's the backup that we need for understanding how we came up with the proposal of the ECI making European citizens. So mainly at ECIT, we work on European citizenship on 3 different matters. So a citizenship statute, which is a proposal that ECIT came out first when it started to work on European citizenship, to codify all the rights and principles that are connected with European citizenship, to have a proper document where they are all listed, and this should give citizens a much clearer idea on what the rights that they have, which are connected to the fact that they are Europeans. Then we work on political rights, and as Virginia was saying, we launched the ECI Voters Without Borders, which, however, didn't collect the million signatures, but it's a topic that we are still working on, as political rights, of course, are the main way for being a citizen. Not the main, not the only one, of course, but having the power of voting is definitely something that we work on. And finally, the citizenship education, which is the main topic on which the ECI that ECIT proposed is developed on. So to give more information about the ECI, Making European Citizens, the ECI that we propose is about giving every child the possibility of receiving education on European citizenship. It's a difficult topic because education is not a subject that is related to the competencies of the European Union, meaning that it's a topic that then it's difficult to present. So we are still working a bit in the sense of the legal basis. The one that we found and we think to use, but then again, we are still working on that as a framework for the legislation is the Article 25, which is the same that was used for the Voters Without Borders ECI and was accepted. But then we plan to have a clause on European citizenship education in the existing legislation. What is important to us in this proposal is the fact that it was proposed as well in the Conference on the Future of Europe. So we have this kind of backup that is very important because it was actually listed in the final report that the conference had in the proposal 37. And this means that normally institutions should follow up, but as also Virginia saw at the follow-up event, we didn't actually have a real follow-up on the matters that were proposed in the conference. So we are waiting for that, but at the same time, we think that having this kind of backup from the conference should help definitely having at least an interest from the Commission. It was a matter that was also emphasized in the Parliament. We are going to have soon, next week actually, a meeting with some MEPs that are working on the matter. So we are really trying to connect with people that are interested and can do something. But of course, at the same time, we know that this proposal will be a bit difficult to pass, especially in certain countries that are very interested in having their competencies not touched. So in the ECI, what we ask to the Commission is to propose a European law for all member states to guarantee education for every child in European citizenship values of human rights, democracy, and rule of law. Then to back up this child guarantee in legislation on European rights and the transition to a green and digital economy. Then we also asked to provide a citizenship, a European citizenship statute, which is the another proposal that ECIT is working on since the beginning, as I was saying. And now we are meeting with the Commission. We are trying to discuss this, but at the same time, we know that it's very difficult because what they are saying is that they are at the end of the mandate, so it's difficult to have a real follow-up on all the proposals that will be done between here and May, September 2024. And finally, what we ask in the ECI is to support the demand of the Conference on the Future of Europe. To briefly read you what was the proposal is to that was listed in the report is citizens' information, participation, and youth. Make the European Union more understandable and accessible and strengthen a common European identity, in particular by guaranteeing a minimum level of education on the EU, especially its democratic process, including history of European integration and European citizenship. So this is literally what was asked by citizens. We think that it's important that the Commission follow the Commission, Parliament, and the Council especially that follow up on this. But we are still working on that. Definitely will be something that will be concrete soon. But what we really hope is that giving this kind of education since the elementary school would actually allow to grow citizens more, not only interested, but really that will have the right to vote in a concrete way. And it's an expression that sometimes MEP that use, like active participation, and it's important not only to vote, but to vote knowing what you're voting and why, and doing it objectively. So the aim is really to help citizens growing since the beginning of their school term to develop awareness on European matters and not only on national civic matters.
Thank you very much, Martina. Thanks a lot for the presentation. And we will maybe see you also tomorrow morning during the session on democracy, which is somehow tight with this one. Okay, so now I'm very happy to give the floor in person to Klaus Sambor, coordinator of the Unconditional Basic Income European Citizen Initiative, which, fun fact, was an initiative that was run already 2 times, the collection of signatures, but Klaus' determination and this group determination means that there is going to be a 3rd sooner or later. So the floor to Klaus, who also has a presentation, and we think you can be autonomous with the presentation.
Yes.
Let's see if it works.
Okay.
Yes. So
okay.
You can manage this by yourself with this
Okay,
one.
Thank you very much. You see here the democracy, ecology, and liberty beyond borders, our title here also. I want to give an overview of the inputs by UBI, as Unconditional Basic Income, European Initiative. And there are 3 links. But if I would tell everything what is in the links behind, it would take too long. So I have taken out of these 3 links always some main statements. So I can go on. I think this is now here for the first link. Yes, UBI, European Initiative. And here you find unconditional basic income European initiative, and here we say the ECI UBI team continues its work independently and contributes to the entire European and worldwide basic income movements under the name of the UBI European Initiative. We intend to continue our cooperation based on trust, friendship, and solidarity that have been developed over many years while advocating and allocating efforts for the implementation of basic income in a joint and coordinated way. Our goal is to introduce unconditional basic income in every country in Europe and the world. UBI is the sum of money paid regularly, unconditionally, and universally to all individuals, high enough to ensure their material existence and participation in society. UBI is a step towards an emancipatory welfare system. As UBI European Initiative, as an independent body, we would like to cooperate and join Eumans in order to make unconditional basic income one of the main points supported by Eumans. Now, the second link was about the unconditional basics income. We have here in our group each month voice and a conference, and that is the outcome of one work. What is an emancipatory UBI? And here only the headline I will mention. UBI redistribution effect from the rich to the poor and the middle class, and significant reduction of social and income inequality. UBI decouples of gainful employment and individual livelihood security. UBI recognition social status and self-esteem independent of gainful employment, and UBI promoting the empowerment of women, UBI promoting the democracy, UBI building a better world. So into each of these headlines, you will find, if you go to the link, many texts to declare exactly what we want to mean with these headlines. Now I come immediately to the third one. And from this one, I have taken out of the last one. Abolish income poverty at last. Develop minimum income as unconditional basic income. Call the members of the European Parliament by UBI, European Initiatives, Brussels, and you give the date where we have written to 700 UE MEPs. And I give only the three main important statements out of a long text. Number one, we ask the members of the European Parliament to work towards, to ensure that the European Commission takes resolutions, papers, and statements of the European Parliament and the European Commission seriously, and that the fundamental statements are reflected in the European Commission's proposal for a recommendation on a minimum income. The second point is we call on the members of the European Parliament to make sure that the introduction of unconditional basic income and steps toward an unconditional basic income in every EU member state will be a part of the European Commission's proposal for the recommendation on minimum income. And the last one, we expect that the members of the European Parliament will evaluate the European Commission's proposal on the minimum income politically and, if necessary, will work to ensure that the principal statements contained in the above resolution papers and statements are reflected in specific regulations on the adequate minimum income approach, the establishment of an unconditional basic income in all member states. So that is more or less the important text, and we got some inputs back from the European members. And that is now a very important one. As already mentioned, we have each month a video conference and always in cooperation with Eumans. And the 7th was on 1st of March. And the main points which was achieved is here mentioned. Registration for members of the UBI European Initiative. We ask all friends who are interested in UBI to join this, and you can click on the link and then you can give your names and so on. And the second one was we have approved basic for unconditional basic incomes, as already mentioned just before for one of the links. And now number 3, discussions on decisions making regarding relationship between UBI and public and social infrastructure and services from an emancipatory point of view. Further improvements of the working document, and this is given in another link. All of our friends are expected to share their thoughts latest by the 21st of March, that means very soon. And then via this link, everybody can give in his ideas. The working document will be discussed and in the UBI European Initiative 8th meeting on the 5th of April, we hope that again we will get immediately an agreement in the group. And the next point is continuation of the discussion regarding the planned ECI-UBI third signature collection campaign, was just mentioned by Virginia. That is the most important point, certainly in this respect of our discussions here. Start discussion of the text formulating for the registration of the ECI. And we have given here 4 points: evaluation of the title, subject matter, and the objectives for the new ECI-UBI campaign. There we have already papers which have some ideas behind what we should take into account by formulating the new one. And that is probably then not in the 8th, but the first proposal perhaps in the 8th, and then 1 month later in the 9th of UBI European Initiative meeting. After we have what we want to get supported, we have the second point, little b, who is interested to continue to contribute to such a new ECI-UBI campaign. At first we have to say what we want, and then we can ask, do you go on with us? That was B. And then a little c, what has to be done in order to start the campaign? There are many preparations necessary. Network in each member state should be available, and contact persons, and so on and so on. And here again, we hope of the support of the pan-European movement from Eumans, that we also find here people who are going on in this direction. And then we have the little d, which time schedule will be appropriate. Eumans' approach to create synergy between ECI campaigns, that is exactly what we discussed before, as an important opportunity. It might be better to launch an ECI campaign as simultaneously as possible with the other ECI's campaigns, which are also part of the Eumans initiative. That is, I think, now the last two first step. We show the text formulation for the registration of the ECI, the second attempt, as an example. And then a second step, we give additional items which should be considered formulating a planned third attempt for an ECI UBI. And here it's a short text, subject matter from the second one. Our aim is to establish the introduction of unconditional basic income throughout the EU, which ensures every person's material existence and opportunity to participate in society as part of its economy policy. That was the important point where we get the registration. The aim shall be reached while remaining within the competence of the Conference of the EU by the treaties. That was one point. And the second is the objectives. We requested the EU Commission to make a proposal for unconditional basic income throughout the EU, which reduce the regional disparities in order to strengthen the economic, social and territorial cohesion in the EU. This shall realize the aim of the joint statements by the European Council, the European Parliament and the European Commission stated already 2017 that the EU and its member states will also support efficient, sustainable and equitable social protection systems to guarantee basic income in order to combat inequality. Certainly, this will be changed in the third one, because certainly we know in principle what we want to have, and we don't have to wait that the EU Commission make a proposal. That is, in our opinion, after all the discussions we've had in the meantime, possible. And what we now will do is we give an additional items which should be considered, formulated, a planned third attempt, taking into account the political timeline of the European election, for example, also here. As fundamental, we want to have an ECI for UBI. That is, yes, we don't want immediately a third ECI UBI which takes UBI and UBI services into account, because we think the first one is the more important one. And then we have the multiple crises, global marketing, economy, ecological crisis, ongoing technological revolution, migration, relationship to sustainable development goals. There's many points there which can be solved if we have unconditional basic income realized. Then in these sustainable development goals, many of the items would be solved. Certainly we should take care of the Ukraine war, what happens here. We had this, what influence would it have for the formulation of a new ECI, and certainly the cooperations. UBI is a necessary part of a progressive strategy alongside a stronger social state. So, thank you.
Thank you, Klaus, for the presentation also that went into the details of the potential timeline. I want to remind to us here, but also those who are following online, the second European initiative, Citizen Initiative on Unconditional Basic Income, collected more or less 300,000, 300,000 signatures, which for a citizens-led European citizen initiative is an incredible result. So I'm very glad to have the stubbornness of Klaus and the team in this project. So now, talking about citizens who launch initiatives, I'm super happy to give the floor to Theo Jubilei, who is a student citizen who decided to do something easy, which is launching a European citizen initiative on the use of psychedelics for mental health. And he's gonna present the work, the initiative, the work that is done so far, and the state of the art and the urgency of this specific topic. And we hope that this is the start of a collaboration in this synergic approach that we are trying to build. So the floor to Theo for presenting the psychedelic care ECI.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Yes, perfect. So I'm going to share my screen. Really? Oh, I can't. It seems that I can't. So maybe you can share the slides and I can just
Okay, one second, that
Yeah.
we might need help from the backstage. 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. No, sorry, 1 second, there is a technical problem and I can't understand which one is. Theo, you should be able to share yourself. You don't have the option, you mean, to share the slide?
Just it's deactivated by animator, so I can't.
We are going to make you co-host and you should be able. Sorry for the...
No problem. Okay.
Okay, so in 3 seconds, Marie Ronsmans, which is helping us, liaising with the tech team, will make you co-host and you should be able to share your screen yourself. I'm waiting for a thumb up from the back of the room. Maggie? She ended in a black hole. Like, I don't know where we are with this. Maybe I can also do it from here somehow. Sorry, hear my voice. Sorry, Theo, I don't understand the technical problem. If someone else can go to... Sofia, can you please, without ending up in the black hole, check what's happening in the black hole? So maybe we sort this out. Theo. Sorry, also the audience online. Okay. Okay, let's do like this, as long as we have the slides. Okay, so they're gonna share the slide from the backstage, and Theo, you will say when you need to change slide.
Oh, it works. Apparently it works.
Cool, okay, let's go.
Okay, sure, perfect. Okay, can you hear me? Can you see?
We can see your little face and the slides.
Perfect then. Okay, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the Psychedelic Care European Citizen Initiative. So I'm going to present you the general, well, where we are now. Okay, maybe wait. Okay, so So the Psychedelic European Initiative. So what I'm going to talk to today is the purpose of having such an initiative on psychedelics and mental health. Then I'm going to present the overarching objectives of the Psychedelic Initiative, the 3 demands to the European Commission, where is the project now and where we want to be in the next months. So why do we need an ECI on psychedelics and mental health? Well, mental health is in crisis in the EU, and it affects more than 1 in 6 people, and it affects every one of us directly or indirectly. It's almost 100 million people affected by mental health disorder in the EU. Of course, it causes suffering for individuals, families, communities, put pressure on the health, educational, economic, labor, social welfare system across the EU member states, and there has been no substantial innovation in the field of psychopharmacology in the last 3 decades since the advent of antidepressants. So not only we have a mental health crisis in the EU, but we have a crisis on how to address this mental health crisis. So since a few decades now, there has been a growing body of medical findings in the scientific literature that indicates a high effectiveness of psychedelic substances. And when I say psychedelic substances, compounds, I refer to LSD, psilocybin, MDMA, and DMT, among others, so as medicines, when they are administered in a controlled clinical setting. So today, scientific data strongly suggests that psychedelic-assisted therapies, they provide, in fact, rapid-acting, robust clinical improvements with durable effects and you can see the list here on the screen, post-traumatic stress disorder, so PTSD, depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, end-of-life anxiety, and substances use disorders such as alcohol and tobacco. So today's scientific literature, the evidence shows that psychedelics are highly effective when treating those mental health disorders. So it is also the momentum to act. Mental health, since the COVID-19 crisis notably, has moved up to the European agenda. And the European Commission is aware of it because it will propose a comprehensive approach to mental health on the 7th June 2023, so really coming soon. And it's not only in the EU there is a mental health crisis and that we are trying to find responses. In Australia, and that is big news that was a couple of weeks ago, Australia has become the first country to officially recognize and regulate psychedelics as medicines. Because starting 1st of July 2023, psychiatrists, they will be able to prescribe MDMA for patients that are resisting to treatment on PTSD, and psilocybin, so basically magic mushrooms, for patients that are resisting to treatment on depression. And next year, probably, MDMA also will be used in therapy in the US for treating PTSD. And it's also advancing in other countries such as Canada, Switzerland, the UK, and also in some EU member states, such as the Netherlands, Czech Republic, also Germany, that has dedicated funds towards psychedelic research in the last couple of weeks. But still, the EU is lagging behind compared to the other countries, but there have been some advances recently, since a year ago, mostly, as there has been a new European associations created on the questions, such as PAREA or Psychedelics Europe, that are 2 associations that are advocating towards the European institutions for change, for action on that matter in the EU. And recently, really a week or 2 weeks ago, the European Medicine Agency, the EMA, has said that it will be holding a multi-stakeholder workshop on psychedelics and their benefits in therapy towards the end of 2023. So things are moving forward in the EU. So that's why we believe we need a democratic debate around psychedelics, and we need to involve and inform general public on their benefits. So that leads me to the 3 main objectives of this ECI. First, of course, the overarching objective is to improve mental health in the EU by developing guidelines for the introduction of psychedelics as medicines and foster EU-funded research in order to help the people that are the most in need, that need treatment today in the EU. Second overarching objective, foster the European and national debates on psychedelics and their benefits on mental health and drug policy reform. So we believe that we need a democratic debate on that, and that we don't want only a top-down approach. things are only happening in Brussels, but we really need to involve more associations and citizens and general public in general. And the third objective, long-term one, is to federate associations, academics, scientists, citizens, patients, and initiate a long-term movement in favor of psychedelics and the benefits and their use in therapy in the EU in the years to come. So the three requests we have to the European Commission is first to propose an initiative aimed at establishing guidelines to allow the phased rollout of medical use of psychedelics in the EU. Second, to boost EU funding research into the therapeutic applications of psychedelics compounds. So again, LSD, DMT, MDMA, and psilocybin, amongst others. And three, coordinate the work, probably in a commission expert groups of member states that are willing to make appropriate recommendation for rescheduling the psychedelics compounds under the Convention of Psychotropic Substances. This convention, if you don't know, it classifies psychedelics compounds as non-useful for therapeutical use, which we know today that it's not true. So already some NGOs, international NGOs, and some member states are willing to come back on the convention. So that's also one of our asks. So what are we now? Where are we now? So what we have started the work on this initiative a few months ago, September 2022. So we gathered several associations, so at the European level, national and local level, some researchers and citizens that are in the topic and are already involved in the process. So we started by drafting a request, so a 3-pager that gives basically the background and the historical background, scientific background for our initiative and the 3 requests, the 3 official demands to the European Commission. We have found a name recently, 2 weeks ago, which is the Psychedelic European Citizen Initiative, or just Psychedelic Initiative. The next steps, of course, for every ECI, we are thinking about creating a legal status for the initiative. We're just thinking about it for now. We're discussing it. Of course, develop the ECI's branding, so asking a designer, engaging a designer for logo, developers for a website, for the ECI website, contact and approach foundations in order, of course, to raise funds for this initiative. As you know, ECIs are not cheap because it's a 1-year campaign, and that's what the next steps we're going to have is to plan this 1-year campaign, so strategy planning of the campaign, to have, as stated before, national content points, target groups, and really a strategy for the year to come. So registration of the initiative late 2023, early 2024, and launch of the initiative, which is foreseen in spring 2024, and we need to see also how we're going to find synergies with this package of initiatives so we can launch everything at the same time to share resources and to have maximum impact on this initiative as well. So thank you. That's the really broad general presentation of the ECI. My contact is here, so if you have any question, but I guess the slide will be shared after the meeting. So don't hesitate to ask me any question. This was really a broad presentation of the project. So thank you.
Thank you, Theo.
Yeah.
You got claps from the room. Thanks so much. And Theo Jubilei will also join remotely the session that we will have tomorrow afternoon on how to campaign across borders with similar demands. Talking about similar demands, I'm very happy to invite on stage a magic transnational trio. So we have Marco Perduca, who is a lot of things, among which it was the coordinator of the referendum Cannabis Legale in Italy and the coordinator of international activities of Science for Democracy and Associazione Luca Coscioni, as well as a Eumans member. And then Magdalena Dabkowska, who is, let me write the right title, Drug Policy Coordinator at the Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights, and Georg Wurth from the German Cannabis Association. This magic trio is part of the group of more or less 20 people who worked on the possible European Citizen Initiative on cannabis. So I will let Marco lead this next moment, where we will try to present the potential European Citizen Initiative, the human rights potential for that, and the need of such an initiative from the German perspective mainly, but not only.
Thank you, Virginia. While we were waiting to come on stage, also some friends from Slovakia and Slovenia have finally decided to join with their own national problems that they want to share. So it's true. We are very close to a final version of the ECI, and thanks to our German friends, we have radicalized it way more than it was in the original format, but the exercise is still ongoing. Then we are waiting to hear from Hungary and Portugal. So I think we are not only 20 people, but some 10 countries ready to start. Now, before getting to the specifics, and Magdalena is just back from Vienna, the Commission on Narcotic Drugs, where two major things happened. One, along the lines of what Theo just told us. Bolivia and Colombia have asked formally the WHO and presented their request in Vienna to begin what is called technically a critical review of the presence of coca leaf in the 61 Convention. The slogan for that campaign is, as they have always said, coca is not cocaine, and we can agree. One is the leaf, and the other one is a synthetic version of it, which has the same, some of the active principles. These things are unknown to the Italian Constitutional Court that a year ago decided to judge our referendum inadmissible. They believe that plants and substances are the same thing. So once again, trying to share as much as botanical information as possible can also bring about interesting results. The other major thing, and this is not a positive development, is that the International Narcotics Control Board has issued their annual report, and a good chunk of their presentation or introduction is dedicated to criticize jurisdictions that are trying to promote the legalization of cannabis. If you read, and I don't want to say between the lines, but if you really read that document, it says outright, there is not enough evidence to consider this a problem. So if there is not enough evidence to consider something a problem, why are you sounding the alarm? So this, and we will maybe discuss it not later today, but tomorrow, is in part a violation of the human right to science, which in a way imposes decisions to be based on evidence. And evidence is produced by people that research, publish their research, share the result of their research, and then they reach a consensus. We were discussing this over a coffee break. And on that consensus, then you can actually try and sound an alarm, if there is an alarm to sound, because the information we're getting from other jurisdictions like Canada, Uruguay, and some US states is in fact the opposite. Of course, legalizing marijuana will not take crime and problems related to marijuana away, but it will lower the threshold of the harms and the risks, that for sure, because you not only you know what you're buying and what you're using, but you're taking away from the criminal circuits a lot of activities or conducts, as the Italian law says. And so you try and inform people and allow things to happen in a different scenario. We started this discussion actually in Geneva in 2019 with Lorenzo. We met with some other NGOs, and also Magda was already there. But we decided to revive the exercise to come up with a European Citizens Initiative on cannabis after the decision of the Constitutional Court against the referendum that was taken in February 2022. Because some of the things that they said were an infringement of international obligations if we had deleted one word from our law, which has 100 and something articles, and the word would be cultivate, is not only the UN Convention on Narcotics and the 1961 in particular, but also a decision taken by the Council of Europe in which they are setting the minimum threshold for people that engage in also in personal activities related to cannabis. Now, little footnote, the Constitutional Court is not asked to decide on the constitutionality of the law when it is amended by a referendum. Is only asked to judge if a question is admissible or inadmissible. And there are only 3 reasons why it's not admissible. One, if it deals with pardon and amnesty, and that wasn't the case. The second, if it deals with budget laws, and that wasn't the case. They said that is also the third problem is when it authorizes the ratification of an international treaty. Now, the law was adopted in 1990, but there's not a word that speaks about the 1988 convention, which had been ratified 2 years before, and then the instruments were deposited accordingly to the law that ratified that treaty, not to the law that it was enacted in 1990 to try and prohibit a lot of conducts around cannabis. So we wanted, in a way, to take the relay from the Constitutional Court and go back to Europe. Now, and here, I wouldn't say that the problem starts, but some of the problems arose. We, as has been said since the beginning of this session, can only ask something to a body, and the body is the European Commission. So now the question number 1 is, what is the competence of the European Commission when it comes to drug policies? Certainly they may have some competence when it comes to health rights, but criminal law or transnational regulations, that is not necessarily in their mandate. The second, was what would be the minimum threshold or the common denominator of all the member states when it comes to drug prohibition, and in particular marijuana prohibition. And so we have bad situations like Poland or Slovakia, where you really face years in jail also for personal use, but also countries like Italy or Spain or Portugal that have substantially depenalized, or like Germany, which is in the process of legalizing or trying to legalize. And I'm saying trying to legalize, and then Georg will explain what is the problem that they're facing today. So we sent a first version to the Commission, well, to the technical office of the Commission. They replied that, in fact, there are a few articles that can be activated, but they made comments that had nothing to do with what we were asking. They were explaining what is the political climate around drug policy reform. So if we're talking about political climate, who better than citizens from the European Union that can have their say and say, look, we have been living in this political climate for many years on a variety of issues. This is what we believe should be done at your level. Then, if they will say it cannot be done, there's a step 2, but we'll discuss this afterwards. So I will start with Georg, if for you, Magda, is okay. That will tell us certainly about, we were only all hoping that Germany could lead the way, and then they have a Jamaican coalition, so it would be the best possible also set of colors to lead the legalization of marijuana, but we understand that there are some problems, and maybe thanks to you, the way in which we have rephrased the first ask of the ECI can in fact possibly, if it goes through, have an impact on that scenario. And then we will back not only to Poland, but also what happened in Vienna, if anything more interesting than the 2 things that I mentioned, in fact, happened. You have your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, just to give the whole picture, we have several parts of this cannabis ECI. It also addresses medical cannabis, which also still sees some breakdown from this prohibitionist view on the whole cannabis issue, and it's not a drug use issue, the medical issue, but it still faces problems and is not available all over Europe, and we also addressed that, and also the call for more research, which is even a broader thing because it addresses all plant-based medicine, because the industry doesn't make research when they can't have a patent and price the whole research into the product. So there's not much research done, at least not as we are used to have the research on a real, very detailed and very clear and very big study ground. So we call also for more research which is publicly financed. So now legalization, what's the problem there? And criminalization of people. We ask at one part the European Union to do more and on the other part to do less. One part is to influence the several states more, to make more health-based and human rights-based approaches instead of repressive approaches regarding how to deal with the consumers. Not to repress them, not to put them in prisons, fine them, and so on. That's a simple question of a human rights approach. But we don't want the European Union to force this into the states because it's not possible. It's seen as part of health policy, and the European Union is not allowed to influence health policy very much in the single states. So we asked them to invite the states to look more on these human rights approaches and to get all those fines and those repression instruments out of the game. But we don't want to force it because it's not possible. On the other hand, there is much discussion about if European Union forbids countries to legalize cannabis, and now Germany comes into the game as we want to legalize cannabis, and legalize means in that case to regulate the whole market, including shops for adults to buy cannabis as a product. We see Malta, which has the most liberal approach that is obviously possible with the European Union. They have legal possession of up to 7 grams of cannabis, which is nowhere else in the European Union the case. Many people look away, don't punish the people and so on, but it's not really legal. In Malta it is legal, and also to grow for your personal use for plants of cannabis. It's also completely legal. It's not just we look in another direction. And they also have the cannabis social clubs completely legal, not running already more than a year after the law came into effect, but still in theory it's legal there. So that's what is obviously possible with the European Union. And then there's much different views about is this whole market regulation possible or is it not possible. You are one of the guys who say, well, it's no problem, it's possible, just go, legalize. But the Commission obviously doesn't see it that way, and many other lawyers don't see it that way, and professors on however. The health minister of Bavaria in Germany recently made a good study about it, and well, he gave it to a professor of a Bavarian university, and it was clear that he would say, well, it's not possible with European law. So at least it's possible to see European law as no-go for complete legalization and regulation of the market. And so it doesn't really matter if it's a question of how strong you call for it. As we see, obviously German government can push a lot of things through if they really see it as very important, like the fuel thing at the moment, for example. They can just stop the whole story. And they are not that much motivated in the cannabis field, obviously. But which prime minister or state leader is that much interested in cannabis policy changes? So it's important to get this problem out of the way, to give them not the possibility to lay back in European law interpretation. We want to have it clear that European law is not regarding this, it's not interfering there, and that's for us in Germany and also in the Czech Republic the most important part of this initiative. We say the European Union should not interfere in countries that make the choice to regulate this market, because we all think we can achieve the goals of the European drug policy better that way, to improve the health of the consumers, to push back criminal activities, is all easier to do and to reach with a regulated market than with what we are doing now with all the repression and prohibition shit. So for us, this is important just to get Europe out of the way, and I think we have a lot of very motivated German consumers to sign this petition if we do it that way. So maybe that for now.
Thank you very much. Then perhaps if we have some more time, I will ask you a question about the legislation, or we can talk about tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow, so we do it tomorrow. Magda.
No, because we already
have
the migration group, which is
Thank you very much. Because I think that the three of us, we are so concentrated on drug policy related issues, on cannabis related issues, because this is the field that we work in. I would like to say a couple of words, especially to those participants here and online who are not that familiar and to whom it may not even be very clear, why do we need that in the first place, before we actually go into all the technicalities, which are the clue, but I hope that we'll build here the common front line. Therefore, I'll take a step back and say a few words why this is important for all of us, and I'll try to convince everyone that this is really important for all of us. My background is human rights, so I'll use that a bit, and I also use my notes because, well, I am a real talker, as some of you know. As Marco mentioned, I spent last week in Vienna at the CND, which is the most intense meeting that I mean, this type of the meeting, because it's an annual one, and I'll come to that point as well, but it's the most intensive of all international meetings that I go to, so I'm really exhausted, and therefore I don't trust myself. But I'll start with saying how pleased I am to be at the Eumans Congress, especially that this is my second time. And I'm also very pleased to see, again for the second time, drug policy among the topics for discussion and consideration, and among the topics for the ECIs. And what I'm particularly pleased about is precisely this among other topics part. And why is that so? Because for a long, long time, drug policy has been treated as an isolated issue, requiring its own separate conferences, separate gatherings, separate conversations. It has been treated as a hot potato that few want to touch, for it may cause harm to one's image, reputation, or it may cause a decline in political ratings. And finally, for a long time, it has been seen as irrelevant when other social issues or the rule of law or even when human rights were discussed. And even when you look at it from the personal perspective, I do not use drugs. Drugs are not a problem in my family or in my community. Therefore, I am not interested in drug policy, is what we drug policy reformers often hear. And my reaction to that is that you'd better get interested, because one day drug policy might affect your or your community's life in a significant way, even if you have no idea what the difference between cannabis and coca leaf and cocaine is. So if you are, for example, if you are a law student who smokes cannabis sometimes, let's say at weekends only, so if you're stopped by the police on Tuesday, you're assessed as a good law-obeying citizen. But if you're caught by the police on Saturday with a joint in your bag, you're a criminal under the law of many of our countries. And even if you don't end up in jail, with a criminal record, you may face difficulties following the career path that you envisioned and have invested in all those years at the university. You may be denied the US visa when applying for a scholarship, or you may not even get a student loan. It's painful, isn't it? And what if you were the parent of a young adult who has been stopped by the police once or twice for drug possession and who unlikely ended up in prison? Believe me, one really gets goosebumps while listening to stories about people being deprived of their basic rights when they go to prison. Listening to stories about violence, including physical and sexual violence that people can be exposed to in detention centers. And I myself cannot imagine how heartbreaking and painful it must be for a parent to watch their beloved children going through that nightmare. And what if that son or that daughter was the only one providing the financial income for the family? So this week at the CND, I had the opportunity to listen to Neil Woods from the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, LEAP. This is an international network of former law enforcement officials who, after years of serving as street cops, undercover officers, prosecutors, or judges, have realized how much damage they have done to the lives of entire families and entire communities when enforcing criminalization, which is still the dominant policy against psychoactive substances. So, as Neil was repeatedly saying, when a person goes to prison, the whole community, the whole ecosystem around them suffers. And while in some countries we do have, luckily, decriminalization, in others you can be imprisoned even for a minor non-violent drug offense. Did you know what percentage of the female prison population is behind bars for drugs offenses? It of course really depends on the country, on the region of the world. In some, you'll see even up to 60, even up to 80% of female prison population. In European countries, it is much lower, but maybe even up to 30 or 40%. So, if you think for a moment, what could have driven these women to commit these crimes? What might have been their life situation, financial, health situation, psychological situation? What were their living conditions? And finally, what impact does their imprisonment have on their beloved ones? So, is then drug policy so irrelevant to women's issues, to the feminist movement? It is nothing new to say that around the world, the current drug policies deepen social inequalities, disproportionately targeting those who are already vulnerable and marginalized. It often overlaps and exacerbates the social and racial injustice as well as gender inequality. And to share a final example, although I think I could go on until the evening with these, and that brings us back to what Theo was describing and the idea of that ECI. What if your grandfather was a former police officer suffering from PTSD symptoms? We often hear about the veterans' PTSD, but actually law enforcement officers suffer from that a lot. So the field of psychedelics research could bring him some relief, but so far societies in Europe don't have access to this type of treatment. And this is why the wish to enjoy the right to the highest attainable standard of mental and physical health on one hand, and then the right to benefit from the scientific progress and its implications on the other hand, is so often raised by citizens, especially patients who could benefit from psychedelics or from cannabis used for medical purposes. Well, the latter one is available to more and more people in Europe, but definitely not to all patients. So in conclusion, I would like to stress that drug policy is a very complex issue, which overlaps with many, many human rights, including those that I've already talked about, also numerous others. But despite that, it's also interesting to see that human rights advocates didn't really recognize drug policy as something that they should observe and engage in. And on the other hand, the drug policy advocates didn't feel they were part of the human rights field. And I'm using the past tense here by purpose, because I believe that over the recent years, it has finally been changing. So you mentioned, Marco, that I returned from Vienna where once again I attended the annual UN-level conversation between member states on drug policy. It was the 66th session of the CND. CND stands for Commission on Narcotic Drugs, and this is the governing body of the UNODC, UN Office on Drugs and Crime. Drugs and crime. This is the framework for drug policy at the UN. But the narrative is changing, and when you asked Marco about like some highlights, so for me what was important was that for the first time ever, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights addressed the opening of that gathering. So that should be something obvious, but as I said, it's the 66th year that this commission is meeting, and it was the first time when the UN human rights person could actually speak at the opening. And here, there will be no surprise. He spoke about the need to end the war on drugs and to put human rights at the center of the global response to the drug situation. So, luckily, more and more UN bodies and entities support decriminalization, and also they express this wish to be included with a stronger voice and a stronger mandate when drug-related issues are talked about at the UN level. Then this is also to some extent visible at the EU level, with decriminalization being implemented in at least some countries, not in the whole EU, definitely not in the whole EU, but in some countries we do have decriminalization. We have cannabis regulation being discussed or prepared in some countries, not many of them, but still we have a relatively new document that was issued in December by the Council of the European Union. It's called Conclusions on Human Rights-Based Approach in Drug Policy. I'm finishing, I promise. And finally here in Gdańsk, we have the European conversation about the two ECIs. One was presented a few minutes ago on psychedelics, and then the one on cannabis, which, to be precise, is not only on cannabis, but on human rights-centered drug policies. It has a lengthy name, we'll discuss that tomorrow, but I'm really pleased to see human rights in the center. So it is clear to me that we are finally responding to this urgent need to strengthen the links between the world of drug policy and the world of human rights, and to get closer with the feminist movement, with the social justice movement, racial justice movement, with the movement working to respond to the climate change or to assure to the enjoyment of patients' rights, in many, many others. So I believe that the proposed ECI provide a good opportunity and a good platform to combine our effort. And this idea to join forces is embodied also here in Gdańsk, I believe. So I'm very much looking forward to the results it may bring. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddalena. Thank you, Georg, and thank you, Marco. You will see their faces tomorrow as well, when we will basically expand with the same intersectional approach, because the discussion about the cannabis ECI will happen together with the abortion initiative that we will hear later on, and the right to die, but in this sense of what does it mean to run these type of campaigns, which are not only campaigns but initiatives. And Magdalena, so thanks to the speakers, and Magdalena mentioned one of the overlaps, which is also with the migration or somehow the racialization issues. So we are really rushing through the final phase, but we will have two speeches on the migration policy in the European Union and how we can tackle them. We have the apologies from Stefan Poppe from the municipality of the city of Rennes, which launched a participatory process which led to a European citizen initiative on this matter that will open its signatures collection on the 14th of April. But we do have Francesco Cibati from the Stop Border Violence European Citizen Initiative. I will ask Francesco to to be as quick as you can, considering that also tomorrow we will discuss this topic in the morning session. So Francesco is going to tell us what is this ECI about, European Citizen Initiative, and what we can do already to support and what can be done in the future. And the floor is yours.
Well, thanks a lot for the space. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Do you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. So the initiative basically started 2 years ago with a group of Italian people living, individuals living all over Europe. We decided it was the right time to start and try to use this tool, which is the only participatory democratic tool we have as a European citizen, to tackle what is the situation that the European Union is now putting on the reception of migrants. So I've been witnessing myself for 4 years now the violence that people suffer on the Balkan route with a little association I founded in Trieste, and also all the other people that we met were involved somehow in migration. We think that it is very important to use this tool, even though it might end up in, let's say, in having a bad result from the Commission, because of the process of putting together 1 million people, not signatures, but people, on this topic, which is fundamental, we think. So what we've done is to write down the text. The initiative has already been registered, and we will start the collection of the signatures the 10th of July. We're taking as much time as we can because we are only individuals working on a volunteer basis. So we are taking now time to expand the base supporting the initiative in each and every country. We are doing it so with a monthly meeting, and we are now trying to find and to launch a monthly meeting in all the European countries. So far, we're managing to do it in Italy, in France, in Spain. We're doing it, starting to do that in Denmark, in Holland as well. So what we are asking for is basically to respect the Article number 4 of the European Charter on Human Rights, which says that like violence is prohibited, torture is prohibited. It's a very simple, let's say, very easy demand, and it should not be absurd to be willing to support the initiative. We all think that like it is a proof that we have to bring to the European Commission that the European citizens have had enough of the violent policies of migration that are being pursued. We really think that it is the right moment, and we have like kind of acknowledge of this because another similar European Citizen Initiative is raising up from another group, parallel group. So we managed to get contact, and we will join forces together to bring the two initiatives. One is demanding the end of violence, and the other one is demanding a dignified reception of migrant people in the European Union. There's not much to say, but just to diffuse the initiative and get more and more organization, groups, association, and individuals involved all over the European Union. Since we cannot rely on big fundings and so on, we call each and every European citizen to feel the responsibility of this and of what is happening. So it's an initiative that has been launched by Francesco, by Lucia, by Marie-Noël, by many different individuals, but it's not our initiative in the sense of Francesco, Marie-Noël. It's our initiative in the sense of European citizens. So yeah, that's basically it. There is a website that we built. It's stopborderviolence.org. You can find it easily on the chat internet. It's in 6 languages. And there's the possibility to leave the email or to support the initiative with your organization and to get in touch. What I kindly ask is to check out the website for more information, to be there tomorrow with Alessandro to keep and continue the talk on it, since I don't have much time. This is just what I will ask. If there is, if you feel the responsibility of what the European Union is doing, if you feel you want to live in a more welcoming Europe, or let's say a Europe that has a decent opinion of its own laws, that respects its own laws, then just let's get together and let's talk to this, talk about this initiative to more people possible. So again, the website is www.stopborderviolence.org. Thank you all for your time. So it's 6:30. Time is over, right?
Thank you, Francesco. Thank you very much. And thanks for the interpreters who are extending a little bit their time to allow us to conclude this session. So I will ask the last speakers to be as quick as they can. And we set the interpreters free when they have to leave. So the floor to Letizia Valentina Lo Giudice, who coordinated with Lucrezia Fortuna from Natura Comune the work on the migration policy initiative. So Letizia, a quick speech to explain what's next, based also on what Francesco said. And thank you for being with us from Messina.
Buon pomeriggio, scusate se parlerò in italiano, ma siccome sono confusionaria già nella mia lingua madre, preferisco non fare ulteriore confusione in un'altra lingua. Sarò effettivamente brevissima. Abbiamo fatto questo primo passaggio in cui volevamo sostanzialmente capire quali fossero gli interventi più importanti che dovremmo attuare tutti insieme come Stati membri sulle politiche migratorie dell'Unione Europea. Ovviamente tenendo in considerazione le differenze che ciascun paese ha rispetto ai propri confini, rispetto alla propria conformazione. Per questo motivo noi avevamo originariamente pensato che avremmo dovuto fare delle
situation, and this is why at first we thought we would need European citizens initiatives on the acceptance of migrants
e quindi abbiamo deciso che la cosa
human
migliore
aids,
fosse
etc. But then we coordinated with the REN group and we tried to understand how they organized their dialogue and their citizen participation method. So we asked the friends from REN how they registered the ECI, this ECI that will start collecting signatures soon. And I'm also glad to have just learned about the Stop Border Violence ECI, against violence at the borders of member states. And again, when we heard about these initiatives, we realized that we needed to pool our efforts to coordinate with those who are further ahead of us along this journey. So after the dance meeting, we'll convene again, we'll meet again in order to
perché ci sono degli aspetti che ancora
discuss those aspects that are not included in the existing ACI. What happened in Cutro, in Calabria a few days ago, and what happened in international waters near Libya makes us feel responsible for the search of joint European solutions about assistance at sea. We want to work on the cooperation among member states, and we'd like to draft harmonization strategies so that models of reception can be adopted that are as respectful as possible of the basic rights of migrants coming to our countries. So we'll observe and study the existing models, and it will be very nice if all the participants to this conference can tell us about their models, their reception models.
Degli strumenti a livello europeo
so we want to
per l'ingresso
promote common European instruments in order for assistance to the migrants, whether they come from land or from sea routes, in order to avoid refoulement. And we will also work on popular fields, both national and regional, that could be submitted in order to better deal with the issues of integration and of reception. So we'll meet again in Rome in early April, and you'll learn about our initiative.
Thank you,
thank you,
Letizia, for reminding us also the multiplicity of instruments that can be activated when it comes to imagining new policies. And tomorrow there is also Michele Fiorillo, Paul Blocker's session on citizen assemblies session. After that session, we will have a new session on social rights at 11:30 tomorrow morning to keep going on this introduction that Letizia gave us. So last but not least, and but also where we started with the abortion, we end up with abortion. So Saga Smith will present the work done so far on a potential, and we will see why we are cautious with this, European Citizen Initiative on Abortion as a human right. Again, Saga Smith, Project Officer for Science for Democracy.
Great, thank you so much. I promise I'll be brief because I'm sure we're all very tired. I want to talk to you about the possibility of an ECI on abortion. So of course, access to abortion across the EU varies greatly. Where I come from, which is Finland, we just passed a new abortion law at the end of last year that actually very much improves access to it. And of course, then at the same time, we are in a country such as Poland where access is constantly being restricted more and more, and it is a right that needs constantly to be fought for. So, being in the European Union, this is clearly a transnational problem that access for women and those who require it is not equal across member states. So that is why we drafted a proposal for an ECI on it, because this is a transnational problem which will require then transnational solutions also, or that is our hope at least. So we drafted it and submitted it to the ECI forum and got varying feedback. Some of the feedback was very positive when it comes to information, transparency, data, statistics, etc., etc. The organization of a citizens' assembly, they were very positive. These are things that the EU can realize, and these are things we can directly ask for in an ECI. However, of course, as I'm sure many of you know, health is not a European Union exclusive competency, it is a shared competency. So here we come to the legal problem of how in an ECI to address something that is not an exclusive competency of the European Union. Regardless of this minor difficulty, we decided to push on, and on the 21st of February, we organized a meeting between various organizations and networks that deal in the field of access to abortion, and posed them the question, should we have an ECI that aims to guarantee access of all citizens in the European Union to abortion? And at this meeting too, it was very productive, it was very interesting, but the feedback was also mixed. Part of the people attending were very excited to be on board, absolutely in favor, and ready to go forward with this, which was, of course, great to hear. But then there was the other side, which was also very important for us to hear, was the slight cautiousness of having an ECI on abortion. And the reason for that is, of course, abortion is a very delicate and sensitive matter for varying reasons in various countries, cultural reasons, religious reasons, etc., etc. And if the ECI cannot collect signatures, there was a concern that what would that then portray in the EU about how much people care about abortion, and it could be very easily used against us when we try and address increasing access to abortion. This is something that we'll be talking about more tomorrow, so I will not go into details more about this issue, but I hope you keep that in mind. So tomorrow we will have a session started at 2:15, where we will have some experts speaking of this matter, but I just want you to leave you with the thought that if not an ECI, then what? Because this issue needs to be addressed. If not us, then who? And if not now, then when? And I look forward to speaking to you all tomorrow then during the session at 2:15. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Saga Smith, who will co-facilitate the session with Marco Perduca tomorrow at 2:15. So we rushed through the intersections of all the struggles, so we are now full of pitches, and the appointment is tomorrow at 10 a.m., both online and offline, for these more specific workshops. And tomorrow at 5 p.m., I remind also the assembly organized by European Alternatives on feminist movement and women's rights, which will take place exactly here at 5 p.m. So there will be plenty of space for activating our civic powers. I thank the interpreters for having extended their time for us to allow us to finish this phase. I confirm that by unanimity, it was approved the rule of procedures and order of the works of the Eumans Congress. For the Eumans members that are listening, we will have a dedicated session of Eumans as a movement and our own self-reflection at 4:30, if I remember correctly, 4:15. Tomorrow afternoon. Every session is open to everyone, but just reminding to the members that are listening that this is a dedicated congressual session. And so I thank everyone who attended the works today, online and offline. I invite you to keep circulating the link to join the works both online, but who knows, maybe we reach more people in Gdańsk if we all put an effort in distributing the invite link. Meeting point tomorrow at 10 a.m., meeting time tomorrow at 10 a.m. here at the auditorium at the European Solidarity Center and online. And I wish all of us a good evening and a good opportunity for connecting and spending good time together. Thanks a lot. 10 a.m.